speeding and the actual speed they were going. We want more speed limit signs, bigger speed limit signs, or even flashing speed limit signs. Approved money for a deputy to be on Willow Grove to ticket the speeders. You are aware of the problem now. The time has come for you to become the force that brings a solution. You have our money and you have the power. Do something. Do something to make our neighborhood safe. We are holding McLennan County liable should anything happen to property by speeders since we have asked for help and have not received it. Stop denying our request. Make some changes. Do something, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, our next caller is Carrie
Keggeries.
Keggeries.
This is Carrie.
Good morning. This is Judge Scott Felton. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We understand you'd like to make a comment about Willow Grove Road. If you can keep those comments to 2 to 3 minutes, we would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I sure can.
All right, you may begin.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carrie Kegris. I have done everything legally that I can do to slow down the traffic on Willow Grove Road in Spiegelville. I submitted a petition on July 30th, 2015 to have the speed limit reduced from 40 to 30 miles per hour. I was told if the limit is not enforced, the signs are a moot point. January 2016, I emailed Steve Hendrick and Luke Lambert about installing speed bumps and or rumble strips. I was denied. May 21st, 2020, I emailed Mr. Ben Perry inquiring about additional speed limit signs and increased deputy presence since the closing of Spiegelville Road. June 25th, 2020, I emailed Mr. Perry asking for help with the traffic. Mr. Perry sent text to Chief Deputy requesting help. September 5th, 2020, I received a log on traffic survey from James Wolf. I spoke with Captain Eubank. He met with Sheriff McNamara. They discussed the traffic issue. Since the traffic survey had no evidence of speeders, there isn't anything that can be done at this time. I appreciate the deputies' time they spent on the traffic survey. However, the dates and times they were present, most people are working. June 2nd, 2020, I emailed Deputy Straw and Captain Eubank about the deputies patrolling more frequently after my shed theft on October 9th of 2020. Captain Eubank assured me that the deputies patrol on a regular basis. I also asked about the red SUV that flipped on Willow Grove Road. He said any crashed vehicles would be the responsibility of Texas DPS. I'm just guessing here, but if someone is driving the posted 30 miles per hour speed limit, there's no way you're going to flip your vehicle. May 4th, 2021, I emailed Captain Eubank, Mr. Perry, and Sheriff McNamara to see what I can do about the speeders. I asked for suggestions and adding speed bumps. Response was it's a liability for the county to install speed bumps, and since there weren't any speeding issues during the survey, there wasn't anything that could be done at this time. I really appreciate Mr. Perry and Captain Eubank's willingness to help, but something else needs to be done. I had to speak today after witnessing a kid, July 8, 2021, driving at a high rate of speed, passing a tractor and trespassing on my property to pass the tractor. I'm surprised he didn't flip his truck. What else legally can I do? What are you going to do to help? I have emailed a copy of my statement to Mr. Perry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good day.
You too. All right, I believe that concludes the public comments. All right, under item D, under proclamations and resolutions, we do not have any today. We've got several presenters today, but I first want to deal with the consent agenda. And the recommended pulls are E3A, E3B, and E3C. Are there any additional pulls recommended by the court? With the exception of those pulls, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, so Dustin, if you'll pick it up from there.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item N12, Introduction of Texas Association of Counties County Relations Officer. And Judge, I believe Judge Rita Kochis is in the courtroom.
She is, and Rita, if you'd like to come up to this microphone and introduce yourself, and welcome to McLennan County.
My name is Rita Coaches, and I am the County Relations Officer from the Texas Association of Counties for the North and East regions. That's 106 counties. I am a former county judge in Van Zandt County for 10 years, and then when I left the courthouse, I became the core legislative group coordinator for the Texas Association of Counties. You all have several core legislative group members among your elected officials. That's those who have identified they have a special relationship with their state or federal legislators, and so that we can call on them when bills come up or when actions come, when we need somebody to come to the courthouse, to the Capitol to testify. And so we appreciate that. We ask you to encourage your fellow elected officials to become members of the core legislative group to be able to speak to your legislators about issues that affect county government. As the county relations officer, it's my job just to come out and touch base with you all kind of regularly, see what TAC's doing right or wrong, or what you might need help with, anything that we can do to assist you. I do want to bring your attention, because I've only been doing this since December, and we only got released to travel in June, and so I haven't been out to a lot of counties, but it surprises me sometimes to hear that you all are not aware of some of the services that TAC has to offer, specifically a legal department. I know you all have county attorney or legal counsel at hand, but TAC has a legal department, a hotline even you can call and talk to folks about either election matters or subdivision regulations or just about anything. So I encourage you to take advantage of that. I passed out some tax swag and goodies today, and I think in there should be a who to contact form. It's got the majority of the numbers that you would need to contact for either the legislative department, the legal department, or any of the other consultants and services that TAC has to offer. So I also wanted to mention, saw you all last week. I was just here then as you all hosted the North and East County Judges and Commissioners Association Texas. It was a wonderful event, especially the dinner out at the base, and it was a great night, a lot of fun to be here in Waco, and now I'm glad to be back again. So again, feel free to reach out at any time that you think TAC may be able to assist you, or if you have any new ideas for things that TAC may be able to offer. We had a suggestion from the county, and we have picked up on that, in the TAC print shop now we'll take orders from counties, do business cards, stationery, t-shirts, cups, whatever. So we have a very talented graphic arts department and a very, very willing and helpful print shop, if those services might be of benefit to you. So thank you for the time and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Judge. I would say that we do interact with TAC quite a bit, and we appreciate, especially here recently, the legislative updates primarily provided by Jim Allison and also Rick Thompson. And then we're work pretty close in the claims side and with the attorneys assigned to those cases, and we're very satisfied with how all that is going.
That's
So
great to hear. I'll report that back.
the North and East Conference last week was very well organized, and the meetings were
Very well.
the meetings were very informative, and plus we got catch up on some hours that we needed in training too. So
And live and in person.
that's right. It was great. Good for Waco too.
TAC Legislative Conference will be September 1st through 3rd in Austin, and that's going to be a little bit different. Things are still kind of shut down in Austin, and so it will be a hybrid event. You'll be able to participate either online or in person. That's still on the calendar that it's in person.
Okay.
Hopefully that will hold up for the next couple of months till we get there.
Thank you very much, and stop by anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dustin.
All right, Judge, I'd like to go to item F1M, McLennan and Hill Counties, Tawakona Creek Water Improvement District, discussion and or action regarding baseline water quality and environmental health survey of NRCS Reservoir 19 funding request. I'd like to call on Dr. Lear.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, Judge Felton, and commissioners.
Morning.
Last time we met, I was asked to visit a second time with the city of Waco regarding baseline water quality study at the proposed site of the city of Waco landfill, which is referred to as Site 19. The city did respond and presented a new term sheet detailing their requirements for participation. The Tawakoni Creek Water Improvement District is uncomfortable with the terms presented by the city of Waco, which include a process by which the city is asking for the possibility to amend methodology used by the engineering firm conducting the study. Given the possibility of an adversarial relationship in the future if a pollution event does occur, it seems prudent to our board that the design and implementation of a baseline study should be left to the discretion of a qualified third party, which Freeze Nichols represents. We had asked TCEQ and the city in the comments at the public meeting in Axtell to consider a baseline study, and we received no response. It is our position that the city has a vested interest in implementing the study. However, we feel that the terms suggested by the city serve to allow the possibility of introducing doubt to the accurate representation of physical water quality data and potentially obfuscate the results. A baseline study is designed to obtain a snapshot of water quality and habitat before an action is implemented. The engineering firm retained to conduct the study has a recognized competence in this field. We feel that any changes in the scope or allowing the opportunity for alteration or refuting the results after the fact are counterproductive to obtaining accurate and representative data. The board would prefer not to include the city of Waco as a funding entity for a baseline water quality study. After 2 rounds of discussion, our district feels that the interests are so contrary as to not be reconcilable. Our petition is to the Commissioners Court is therefore to split the cost of the study, which would result in a $32,766 contribution by each party. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. One thing, later on in the meeting today, we are going to be talking to several entities that are consultants that would be consultants to counties and cities regarding any specific research that needs to be done to be able to find as many projects that qualify under the American Rescue Plan Act as possible. And I would like to recommend to the court that we, if we do go under an agreement with the consultant that is specifically on infrastructure pertaining to water, sewer, those kind of things throughout the county, that this be considered and reviewed and to give us an opinion of whether these funds can be paid out of the American Rescue Plan Act rather than out of our general fund if we choose to do it. Any thoughts on that, commissioners or others?
Sounds good.
Well, the only thing I worry about is and maybe Dr. Lear can, what is the timing of, when is the city going to start using the facility out there and things like that? So
It's not clear to us right now. Our emphasis is that a study be initiated, and sampling completed before construction begins, because once construction begins, it confounds the data. We really need to have samples taken and data recorded before any construction begins, and I don't know what that timeline is right now. I'm assuming we've got a while to do that. We haven't. I think there's still got to be some public hearings and that sort of thing before construction begins, and I'm not sure that the permits have even been approved.
And of course, the Tawakoni Watershed is a taxing entity, and I meant to pull your last audit, but you have indicated that if the city and the county or Axtell doesn't participate, you would still be able to fund the study, is that correct?
That is correct. We feel that it's a very important thing for our constituents. And while we'd like to have participation, we think it's our responsibility to make sure this happens.
Okay.
Question, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Dustin, we previously approved something. What did we approve and how much?
Commissioner, I would need, I believe we approved up to half, and then that's when the discussion on the city came in where it could be split into thirds, but I would need to go look at the minutes and
It
see
was
what our.
February, it was in February.
It was in February.
Yeah.
But half of what and how much is my question, so, versus what they're asking for now.
There, if I may, after that meeting in February, we had taken a hydrological study out of that. There was also some concern over the estimates for analytical expenses. Freeze Nichols went back and got that. I think I've sent you, well, I'm sure I've sent you guys a new copy of the expenses. I'd be happy to get another one over there. But the total right now, one second. Well, it's, the total plus a 10% contingency is around 67,000 for the total.
There's a,
Commissioner Miller?
just in the notes that we get from Reagan, there's an amount of 41,400 that's noted as 50% of the cost with the court approved on February the 16th, but I guess we can reconcile those two numbers. But, because what I was gonna say is, that's an interesting question that Commissioner Jones raises, and that is, what is our timeline? It's been a while since I received some information from the city of Waco in regards to the approvals that they have received so far from TCEQ on the implementation of that landfill out there. But like Dr. Lear, I think the sooner we get the information and the more pure that data is from that water study, I think then we'll get the contrast that they're trying to get from the impact of whatever that facility would do out there. I hate that the city of Waco is not able to come in as a partner, but I do think the water study is important. And so I like your idea of seeing if the consultant thinks that it's a project that we could look at funding through the American Rescue Plan Act.
I concur with the judge on that one. I like that idea.
Any other thoughts? And we will reach out to the city to get a timeline. And so, Dustin, if you'll make a note of that.
Yes, sir.
And then, I guess for today's action, would it be best to, we took action back in February, but I don't know that the numbers are the same. So we need, should we defer it with, I think the court would like to see a way to participate, but also wants to look at the opportunity to offset those funding from the Federal Rescue Plan Act. I'm not sure it will, but we need somebody to help us with it.
I think we defer until we know where the funds are gonna come from.
Okay.
I'd make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving on to item L2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. L2B is discussion and or action regarding the second Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERA2, and administration thereof. And Commissioner Perry, I believe there are representatives from EOAC in attendance today.
That's correct. We have Robert and Kenesha that are with us today. And if you guys would come on up. With the rollout of the ERA1 funds being somewhat stagnant, you guys go ahead and have a seat. And then the two funds on the heel of that, there was some concern that things weren't moving as quickly as we'd hoped. So Commissioner Miller and I met with these folks in our conference room and asked them if they could look at the grant, decide if that's something they could do, and then come before the court and present on how they would implement the program if we were to do an MOU with them. So I'm going to hand it over to you guys, and y'all go right ahead.
Good morning. We have implemented rental programs through TDHCA, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, in the past. We've been real successful. We know there's a need. Kenesha gets calls nearly every day still. We had some money with the CARES Act. It wasn't near the amount of money y'all are talking about. It's $660,000, but we were able to expend that out in about 3 months' time. That's how big the need is out there. We have applications. You know, we could use the same application that we already use at EOAC, our rental application. We do have the ability to go out into the rural communities of the county with laptops, printers, and set up in the past, we've set up at churches and at food banks to assist people so they wouldn't have to actually drive into Waco to be assisted. We've read all the requirements that is, as far as what the clients are required to provide, and it pretty much mirrors exactly what we've done with the state money before. We feel like we would be successful at getting that money expended. I don't think the need's going to go away anytime soon. And like we can always, rent money is one of those things that we can expend fairly quick.
Just yesterday, I received a phone call from an apartment complex inquiring about rental assistance and if we had any funds, and if so, could we actually set up an event at their complex because they had so many low-income residents that were behind on rent that they were trying to work with.
And you guys have the ability to, they can online application process, so they can do that, they can come in, or you can go to the community and set up okay. Is there anything that you saw in the reading of the grant that would hinder you or prohibit you from doing what you've done in the past with the TDHCA funds?
I don't think so, no. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, just almost exactly like what we've done with them in the past, so, or what we, and actually in the past, we set it up ourselves. I mean, we got that CARES money to do what we wanted to do with it. And we decided we were gonna pay rent with it. We couldn't pay but 3 months at a time. We could go back, but we could go forward also. And like I say, it was a real successful thing, and people continue to call looking for assistance. And the state, as y'all probably know, has their own rental program that, through TDHCA, which, I'll just be blunt, they took on more than they could handle. They're having trouble getting rid of it. And part of that trouble was they didn't have the infrastructure built already in process. They had to build everything. They had to build all their models and everything. We have all that in place. It would just be
More of what you were used to do.
right. I mean, all we got to do is change a coding in our database to click on it, and it could be done. We don't have to build the whole system, internal system, to make it work. So that's why we feel like we could be successful with it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Just in visiting with the representatives from EOAC, what I liked about their presentation was if you look holistically at the different funding sources that we have as the county, I think it helps us to be good stewards when we look at the fact that we have one set of funding that's going through the city of Waco. So that could even be a focus on the metropolitan areas or the urban areas. We have one sort of funding going through HOTCOG, which I think is going to help the mortgage and also do that rural outreach. One thing about EOAC is that countywide, people understand that everyone can access EOAC. There's not a ambiguity of who would be eligible for the funds. So I think it takes that off the plate. And I just think if we're looking at how to more broadly make known the funding that the county has out there, I think this is a good vehicle to add to that goal.
How do we improve the information out there to give people the guidelines of where to go to get access to different type of funding? You know, I think some effort and thought needs to be put into that.
I agree with you. I was thinking, because I've driven behind a couple of buses, and I know what our program is, and this is what I see. They have, like, it's the acronym, MCERA, and then the rest of it is in Spanish, just the buses that I've driven behind. And so if I didn't know what the acronym was, then that excellent marketing is going past me. But I'm sure and I'm hoping that they have it, you know, translated in both languages. I think we might need to even go back to the old-fashioned newspaper outlets, and see about putting some ads in the Waco Trib, maybe on Sundays. There's the Anchor News that goes out to the African-American community, perhaps visiting with Alfred Solano and see what kind of marketing is going out to the Hispanic community, and then hit our rural newspapers. I got the Riesel Rustler out there, and Hallsburg has I think we're gonna have to go to the old-fashioned way, because social media is not hitting it. And like, I know the program, but that bus ad didn't do anything for me. I just knew what it was, but if you don't know what it is, it's not telling you. But then again, also, if we're gonna hire some experts in this, I think they could perhaps give us some tools on how we could enhance the citizens in McLennan County knowing about this funding. Because if you think about it, what, 7, 6, was that 13? We almost have $14 million in assistance that's out there. And we've got to let the citizens know. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I think those expenses could be covered under those plans, but if not, possibly separately under the American Rescue Plan Act, because it's giving information to access services that are covered under many of the dollars in the American Rescue Plan Act. So we need to look at that and see, you know, the best way.
You guys have a comment on how you typically approach that with the funds that you receive?
In the past, we always put it on our website, our Facebook pages. We rely heavily on churches to get the information out. That's usually, if somebody's in need, that's usually the first place they go is a church. Community centers also. If we have in the past just set a date to go to, we'll say Mart, for instance, and just put an ad in the paper and set everything out there. One of the other departments I run is weatherization. So like our other programs, anytime I'm in somebody's house, I always, hey, y'all know about this program here? So much of it really is word of mouth. Once somebody finds out, it's kind of like she was talking about the apartment complex. Once one finds out, the rest of them is going to get on board, and we have pretty good relationships with several of the biggest management companies in Waco as far as apartment complexes go. So that'd be one way we can get the word out, you know, in town. In the rural areas, it's just a matter of going out there and talking to the people. I actually live in McGregor, so there's contact people there that I'm personal friends with that can help get the word out also. I have several people personally in Mart also, family members, so.
And some of the things that we've done in the past as far as the rural areas, probably like Robert was saying, prior to traveling out there, we would put an ad in the paper or even go to local stores like where we
Put that microphone closer to your mouth.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like Robert was saying, when we travel to our rural areas, we do typically put an ad in the paper, but we also get the word out by going out there a week or two prior with flyers and taking them to places that we feel that these residents in need frequent, like their grocery stores or the Dollar Generals, and have flyers there so that they can see them and pick it up and know EOAC is coming. They can't come into town, but they know that we're coming and we'll be set up to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the things they mentioned, having satellite application clinics, you know, having, going out there and letting people,
Going to the people.
to apply.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? We appreciate y'all coming. Nice to meet both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when does this become an action item then? What-
We, Judge, how you wanna, should we vote on whether we wanna do an MOU? We need additional discussion.
Dustin's looked at this. Dustin, what's your opinion on next step?
Judge, next step, I guess, would be the direction of the court. We have a proposed interlocal that had been worked up with the city to take on ERA2. Or if we go this route, we would need to bring that MOU back for consideration, as Commissioner said. So I think, we could defer it and then bring the MOU back next time as an action item if the court chooses to, and then vote on it then.
That sounds appropriate.
I think the sooner the better. The need's there, and we
Yeah.
need to get on with helping people.
Right. So is there a motion to defer?
So move.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, I'd like to go to item Q1. This is master agreement and related quote with LumenServe. This is about lighting services for Precinct 1 and Precinct 2 towers. And on the call today, we have two representatives, Andy Pilarchik and Bear Poth. I'd like to call on Andy.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge Felton and Dustin. I'm going to make this real quick. You all have a copy of the presentation, also the workbook. And pretty much what we do is we've been working with McLennan County for almost 2 years now on the Road and Bridge Precinct 1 and Precinct 2 towers. And in the presentation, you can see on the slide for the references that we have of counties that we've done work with. What we do, Judge, is we provide tower lighting as a service. There's actually 4 pillars to this equation. There's the LED lighting system. We'll provide Clinton County with a brand new state-of-the-art lighting system, no money down, no cash up front. And it comes with a full assurance warranty. It's real simple. It covers you from A to Z. So if the lightning were to hit that tower and take the lights out, the cabling out and so forth, you would get a brand new system at no cost to you. We provide all the tower climbs. We also provide the compliance monitoring for it. Make sure you're always within FAA compliant, and we'll also do the on-site FAA required inspections on it. I'm going to get right to the meat of it, which is what you're looking for. You have 2 towers. You have one which is called Road and Bridge Precinct 1. That today is an E1 tower. It's not in compliant. It has to be upgraded to an E1+1. There's several forms that need to be filled out to do that. We take care of all that. And then there's the Road and Bridge Precinct 2 tower, which is looking for just monitoring only. So what we do, Judge, is we provide you the lighting system. Like I mentioned to you, no money down, no cash up front. We do a site walk, which we've already done on June the 3rd to make sure it is compliant. And if not, we'll get it. There's some forms that need to be filled out by the FAA. We take care of those. Those are the forms 7460-1 and -2 to get the registration up. We decommission everything, take all the old lighting system, I'll put new lighting systems on, provide all the labor and mobilization. Like I mentioned to you, it comes with the full assurance warranty package covering you from A to Z. We keep it updated with the firmware and software updates, do all the RMA, we do all the compliance and monitoring on it, monitor it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ping it every 5 minutes. We work with the FAA if there's any NOTAMs. The NOTAM is a notice to airman, so we open it, close them. The FAA says you have to do that within 30 minutes. We do it 20 minutes or less. We keep all the logs on the tower, Judge. That means that you have to keep logs for 2 years. We keep them for 2+ years. We do all the FAA required on-site inspections. So we provide you with what's called the FAA QLI reports. That's the quarterly lighting inspection reports. We do all that for you. So getting right to the meat of the conversation, you have 2 things in front of you. You have the presentation, and you also have what we call the workbook, which is the quote that provides all the pricing. So what we're proposing to the county is an E1+1 tower to get it up to compliant. there's the 4 pillars involved. So what you get for this under 4 pillars is that you'll see the green checks under them. You'll get the LED lighting system. That's $338 per month, and it comes with the full assurance warranty, cover you from A to Z. It comes with the compliance and monitoring, so we monitor it and so forth. And then also we'll do the FAA required on-site inspections I talked to you about. Additionally, there's another service that needs to be added to this, which is in there, and that's the data backhaul part. That's to be able to monitor the tower. We have to have internet access, and so that's $10 per month. So when you look at all that, for the road and bridge precinct 1, it would run $486 per month. For precinct 2, which is monitored only, so we'll be monitoring what is referred to as the environmental. So for example, if you have a generator on site, or if you want to know if someone's on site, anywhere there's a dry contact that we can get, we can certainly do that. So the total, Judge, would be $555 per month to do these added services for the 2 precincts. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. You have a copy of the presentation. So wrapping it up real quick, it's going to reduce your overall cost. There's no surprises. We buy the lighting system, like I mentioned to you. There's 0 repair and maintenance. You don't have to go out and find people to climb the tower. You don't have to worry about keeping your logs. You've got a flat rate for 5 years, so you know exactly what it's going to cost. And it's all inclusive, all the labor's included with it, all and so forth. You're getting the best in class LED. We're not the only ones saying that. The FAA is saying that also, because our system was the first system certified, not approved, but certified by the FAA. We always ensure that you're always going to be within FAA compliance, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do all the registrations on the Form 7460s and so forth. So it allows the county to focus on their core business, one-stop shop, and frees up your time and so forth. So that's pretty much what we're doing, and we're proposing to the county. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. If some come up, on the very first slide is my contact information. Please feel free to give me a call. So if there's not any questions, I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Ken, I guess you've looked at this proposal. Or Dustin, do you have the answer to that?
Yes, sir, Judge. So Ken and I have reviewed it, and John Strunk as well. So it's our recommendation that we move forward with this system.
One of the most important aspects, I think, is if we have a light go out, we have to notify the FFA in a short period of time. And again, I may be oversimplifying it, but LumaServe takes care of that as well.
Oh, John, you're absolutely correct. Let me interject in here. We take care of the tower 100%. We keep the logs. We deal with the FAA. If a NOTAM pops up, the FAA says you have to notify the FAA within 30 minutes. We do it in 20 minutes or less. You have to keep the logs on that tower, which means you have to do your light inspections every 24 hours to be sure the lights are on and so forth. We take care of all that. And along with what John said, when we went out and looked at your tower on June the 3rd, that tower on precinct 1 is not in compliance right now because you have 4 antennas at the top, and there's what's called the FAA 7/8" rule, which says that if you have antennas at the top of the tower and the diameter of that dipole is 7/8 of an inch or greater, then you have to do something so you don't cause any light obstruction. So that's why it becomes the E1+1. The +1 adds an additional beacon at the top, so you would be in full compliance on it. And also the paperwork would be updated and so forth with the FAA, and you don't have to worry about doing tower climbs and repair. We take care of all that 100%.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
Ken, you recommend?
Yes, sir.
yes.
I think it's something that we've needed for quite a while.
Okay.
And we need to do this. And of
Okay.
course, when we look at the new tower, of course, we'll be coming back to cover that as well.
Okay. Yeah, any other questions from the commissioners?
Are we okay with the 5-year agreement? Is that,
Is that a question to the court?
yes, that's question to Ken, and seems like a long, for us, it seems like a long agreement.
Well, we have other agreements as well that we generally come back to. I'm sorry.
So it's about a $30,000 contract, is that?
Yeah, Andy, does this have a
Escalation?
no, well, it has an
Stay the same.
escalation, but does it have a notification
to cancel?
Is there a termination clause?
Termination clause?
Well, I think what you're alluding to is that there are some state legislation things that we work with that says that you can sign a 5-year contract, but the county cannot enter into a contract 12 months or longer. And so you signed a 5-year contract, and if your budget's not approved after the first year, then there is an out cost. It doesn't cost you anything. So we work with that on a daily basis. So there's no problem with that.
There you go.
If we just include in our motion that we include a non-appropriations clause, then we will be good.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve, subject to non-appropriations clause.
Is there a se-
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
All right, Judge would like to go to item G1, authorization regarding renewal of RFP 12-014, Electronic Monitoring Services, Recovery Monitoring Solutions, formerly Recovery Healthcare Corporation.
Johnny?
And Judge Ken can speak to it as well.
Okay. Ronnie's here, so good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you
Good morning,
doing?
Court. Doing great. So Ken and I communicated about 3 weeks ago, and we would like to renew our electronic monitoring contract with McLennan County. 2 years ago, the Commissioners Court approved making that a 2-year renewal. And so that's what we are proposing, is just to continue the agreement that we've had with McLennan County for electronic monitoring services.
Okay,
With the note that they will increase the drug patch, $70 for the county funded clients and $75 for the self-pay clients. I will mention I reached out to Judge West, Judge Kelly, Judge Cates, and Judge Vick, and all of them are pleased with the service being provided. And if this agreement is renewed, the effective date would be October 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2023.
So Ken brings up a very good point. In our electronic monitoring services, there is no increase. In our UA services, there's no increase. Our drug patch vendor has raised our price 2 times. We've absorbed that cost, but now it's at a point where we can't absorb it anymore. So that's why when it renews, we're asking to go to the new costs that our vendor has passed on to us.
okay. Any questions? I would have. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court.
All right, I know we have several items for Chris Collins. Would like to go to item H4, authorization of industrial business grant agreements for investment in industrial, real, and personal property. H4A is Mars Wrigley Confectionery US LLC. H4B is Hesselheim Tire Southwest, Gateway Properties LP, and Gateway Tire Waco Incorporated. So Chris, do you want to start with these two? Then we can go to the next 2 items.
Justin, that's great. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So great to see everybody in person.
Yes.
You have before you on H4A business grant agreement with Mars Wrigley Confectionery. This is to support a peanut roasting facility that they're planning to add to the current Waco facility. This would be a 23,000 square foot addition to the existing building. It would retain the 620 positions that they have on site with an overall average annual wage of $45,000 a year and no job paying less than $15 an hour. It's a total of $31,422,000 in investment, and the agreement would be for a business grant or an industrial business grant, providing a grant back to the company against taxes paid on the new addition into the facility. So when you look at that from a real property perspective, it would be 70% of the new property, real property valuation, which is estimated at $14,456,000. McLennan County's portion of that grant over 5 years would be $237,000. Over the lifetime of, over a 20-year period, which we know that their facilities last for a long time, the counties would look to receive $1,118,000 in new tax generation on the real property. On the business grant side for the personal property, it's proposed a 5-year business grant at 30%. Personal property depreciates quicker than real property does. The value of that from McLennan County side to the company would be $95,000. And over a 10-year period, the county would look to receive $408,000 in new tax generation from that. The staff's recommendation is for approval of the industrial business grant with Mars Wrigley.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the agreement with Mars Wrigley Confectionery USA.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
H4B is an industrial business grant between McLennan County and Hesselbein Tire Southwest, Gateway Properties LP, and Gateway Tire Waco Inc. And the reason that there are 3 entities is one will own the land, one will own the building, and one will own the personal property and employ the individuals, but they're all under the same corporate umbrella of Dunlap and Kyle. Dunlap and Kyle's is a newer business for our community. They're Mississippi-based. They've been in operation for over 100 years, family-owned and operated. A very good business. We have a local bank that does business with them in multiple states and has said that they've been a very good client for many years. This project is a 259,000 square foot tire distribution facility that would be located in the Waco International Aviation Park, fronting on Highway 84 between the Sanderson Farms Hatchery and the Dr. Pepper distribution facility. It will bring 40 new jobs to begin with, all paying $15 an hour or higher. The average annual wage on site will be $37,500, and it will have a total capital investment of $16,069,000. What's proposed for this is a 5-year business grant on real property at 90% and 5 years at 40% for the personal property. When you look at that on the real property side of it, the business grant would provide a grant of $306,000 over the course of the 5 years. When you look at the 20-year outlay of the building, that generates $870,000 in new tax generation for the county. On the personal property side of it, and this does exclude inventory, they will have a large inventory number. They don't have to make a huge investment on the personal property side, but the 40% grant will provide them with $11,699 in grant over the 5 years and generate an additional $49,000 in new tax generation for the county, plus inventory taxes that'll be applicable for that area. With that, I would answer any questions that you might have on this one.
Any questions?
They've already broken ground on this,
They have.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and it's Dunlop?
It's Dunlap and Kyle.
All right. Any questions? Anyone else? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
We then have two items related to our agreement with Zinc Power. H5 is the first amended and restated agreement for industrial business grant with Zinc Power in Waco for investment in industrial, real, and personal property. And I1 is the first amendment to program project agreement with Zinc Power Waco LLC.
Yes, sir. We entered into these agreements in 2019. They've had some construction delays due to COVID, and then we've had a lot of rain during their construction period too. That's delayed the finalization of the grant or the building completion. The original agreements were that the completion of the building would be March 31st of 2021. We're recommending, and they've requested to extend that to July 31st, 2021. They are very, very near completion. They feel that this will be the only time that they'll need to amend that. But for your benefit, the business grant is for the real property at 90% for 5 years, and the personal property is a 7-year business grant at starting at 40% and declining. The term of that agreement would go through June 30th of 2029. On the program project agreement, it is a $700,000 grant. And for both agreements, the company's commitment is a $31 million investment, 100 jobs, and those would be maintained through the 2029 term.
Any questions?
Where's it located?
This is on Mars Drive in Texas Central Park. You went to the Uzanuts groundbreaking. It's the building that's right behind that.
Behind it.
So all of these projects today are within the city of Waco?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, any questions for Chris? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see y'all this afternoon.
Yeah, see you this afternoon. Thank you.
And Judge, I know Dr. Griggs is there. Is it okay if we do one more item, a quick item, and then we move to him?
Is that okay? Yes, sir. All right. Yes.
Item L3 is regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG Program, authorization of interlocal agreement with City of Waco and City of Belmead and related documents. This is the annual JAG grant we enter into with Waco and Belmead. The county's share for this year is $25,393.60, and it can be used on law enforcement equipment. Adrian Wernette is on the line in case there's any specific questions about the grant as well.
Okay. Yeah, any questions for Adrian or Dustin? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve L3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
She stepped out.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed. Let the record show that Commissioner Miller stepped out during the vote. Okay. All right.
Judge, I'd like to go to item F2A regarding the FY22 budget, and then also item L1 regarding the American Rescue Plan funding. I'd like to call on Dr. Griggs.
2.5.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. It's a real pleasure to be here with you, and I want to share my gratitude both on my own behalf and on behalf of our board, which is a community member board, the majority of whom are patients of our center. And we just celebrated our 50-year anniversary, so it seems like a good time to come and sit before you and share a progress report and share a little bit about our vision for the future. I think we're pulling up slides right now. I don't know, can y'all see those slides, or are they in an
We have
awkward
them in
place?
front of us, behind
Okay,
us.
okay,
right
super,
here,
great.
Right here.
Terrific, they're all around, wonderful. Well, I'm going to share some statistics and figures, but But before I do, a quote from Paul Broder, who sort of warns against getting too into the stats and missing the humanity. He says that statistics are human beings with the tears wiped away. And I really like that. I think that's profound. So first, this is the real reason why we do the work that we do. And this is a little bit obscured so that any protected health information is not revealed. But Jasmine is a 19-year-old. She's a graduate of university, high school. She came to us 3 months pregnant. She was planning on going to MCC, but those plans got sidetracked. She had a remarkably traumatic childhood, and she suffered with generalized anxiety disorder. And when she came to us at Waco Family Medicine, we provided tailored prenatal care that really fit her specific social and mental health needs, lots of education, of course, routine screening and management of her pregnancy. But she was able to remain employed as a cashier because we were managing her generalized anxiety disorder, which was quite debilitating through her pregnancy. She delivered at 37 weeks to a healthy 6-pound, 5-ounce little boy she named Sam. And bonding started off well, but around 6 weeks, she missed her postpartum visit with us. And so we reached out to her, realized that she had really, her motivation had kind of collapsed. She wasn't wanting to feed the baby, and we called her in, and she was suffering from major depressive disorder, or actually in this case it was postpartum depression, and was having some suicidal ideation. We intervened at that point both with psychotherapy and with medication, and really within about 2 weeks time span, close follow-up, 2 weeks, she was doing so much better. Bonding returned to normal, and as we followed up in subsequent well child visits and with her for her mental health, both she and the baby were thriving, and bonding had returned. And so it was one of those near misses. You know, had we not been there, we see the kind of potential calamity not only for her but also for the child and the child's life. And that's just one little snapshot of the care that we do. You know, that's we see 1 in 5 McLennan County residents each year. Last year we saw 58,800 patients, and so this is just an emblematic of the regular everyday care we do. And I wish that the trauma and the challenges that Jasmine faced were exceptional. Indeed, they're not. She is that story is more the norm than it is the exception. So next slide. I'm going to run through fairly quickly because I know that we're pressed for time. History and vision, services that we're providing, physician training. I want to mention briefly how we're solving national problems locally, and then really spend a few minutes on building for the future. The next slide. You can go ahead and advance, thanks. There's a 100-year history of the public investing in local health for the underserved. In 1924, the City of Waco contracted with Providence Sanatorium to provide health care for those who were uninsured. That then shifted over to the Health District in 1942. And then in the 1960s, there were physician shortages. We had half of the national supply of physicians in Waco-McLennan County. So we had 1 in 1,200 people, 1 physician in 1,200 people. And the average age of the physicians were 51 years old, so we were aging out. And at that time, city, county, medical society, you can advance, and the hospitals joined together to form McLennan County Medical Education and Research Foundation. And their aims at that time were to address the shortage of physicians, inadequate services for the indigent population, inadequate acute care, and to address the financial burden of free care that was delivered in the hospital ERs. We have really lived into those aims. Our current mission now is to improve the wellness, and I want to emphasize that word wellness, which we'll come back to improve the wellness of the underserved and vulnerable residents of the heart of Texas by providing effective access to high-quality, comprehensive primary health care, and by educating tomorrow's family physicians and healthcare professionals. Next slide. We'll go into center services now. We'll advance it. We have 14 sites where we're offering primary care, and 4 sites that we're offering dental care. We have mental health specialists at 9 of our sites, maternity care at 9 of our sites, and we're providing hospital inpatient care at both Ascension Providence and Baylor Scott and White Hillcrest. We have the busiest single pharmacy in all of McLennan County and a full-service laboratory, radiology services, including ultrasound and CT scan, and we have an eligibility office to help our patients maximize benefits. Next slide. Here's where our clinics are, mostly clustered in Waco, Belmead area, one site in McGregor, and then we have one site not shown that's in Bell County in Temple. Next slide. You may remember this image from Episcopal Health Foundation that demonstrated the 15-year life expectancy difference by zip code. I'll say that again, 15-year difference in life expectancy by zip code in the area, which is astounding to me. Our clinics, you can click on the next slide. Our clinics are strategically placed in order to meet the need. You can see here in the image, outside the circle, we have one clinic adjacent to Providence, one Hillcrest, and then I mentioned the others. But you see here how the clinic locations sort of track on to where the need is greatest. So next slide. Let's take a look at patients by income. 84% of our patient population falls below federal poverty level. 84% are below federal poverty level. And among unduplicated patients, I mentioned 58,850 before, 68% are adults and 32% are children. So it's nicely split, about 2/3, 1/3. It's, I think, noteworthy to point out that over 80% of our adult population is employed in at least one job, meaning that our mission of wellness for 33,000 working adults plays an imperative role in holding together the fabric of our local economy. In other words, if we weren't providing wellness for these 33,000 working adults, it would make a major impact on our economy. Next slide. Our patients by insurance demonstrated here, 37% of our patients are completely uninsured, another 37% have Medicaid. And that uninsured population, without primary care, this group would suffer premature death and a host of poorer health outcomes. It's important to note, I think that medical debt is the number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States. And those who are uninsured are always just a hair's breadth away from some kind of catastrophe that for their household can cause financial collapse in an enduring way. So primary care, which emphasizes prevention, early detection of disease, management of chronic conditions, provides a sort of safety for that kind of potential household financial collapse. We had just over 200,000 encounters last year. That includes dental, medical, and behavioral health. Next slide. We proudly serve a majority minority population, work diligently to reduce the disparate outcomes experienced by race groups regionally and nationally. Our Latino populations, 48% of those we serve, and our African American population are 23% of those we serve. And that's a snapshot of our services. I'd love to move along now and share with you about our physician training programs. The Waco Family Medicine Institute provides a residency training program for 36 residents. That's 12 residents in each class. It's a 3-year training program. We have a 50-year, now almost 52-year history of training residents. And we have 3 accredited fellowships: hospice and palliative care, clinical informatics, and sports medicine. Next slide. Over the past 5 years, we have had consistently over 800 applicants per year. That's for 12 slots. It's actually statistically harder to get into our residency program than it is to Yale, Princeton, Harvard, Stanford, et cetera. It's a difficult program to get into, but it is nationally ranked in the top 2%. The family physicians in McLennan County, of those that are practicing, 81% are graduates, and the majority of primary care doctors are graduates. We have sort of unrivaled 100% board pass rate across the state of Texas. We're an anomaly there, and we have rich contributions to research. So you'll see this pie chart here. 32% of our applicants are from Texas and 68% are from out of state, meaning that we're drawing some of the very best talent and physician populations interested in primary care from across the country, training them rigorously for 3 years, and then enjoy watching them practice locally and impacting local lives. Next slide. I mentioned that I'd share with you just how we see the ways in which we're solving national problems locally. Next slide. We spend about $4 trillion on healthcare each year in the United States. That's 18% of our gross domestic product, $11,600 per person per year on healthcare in the United States. And what that buys us is a sick care system. We have good hospitals that can take care of people who come in who are sick. But our underinvestment in primary care has led to poorer, more unequal population health than many other developed countries. Only 5% of our healthcare expenditures are spent on primary care in the United States. 5% of that $4 trillion, where in other countries about 12% to 14% is the norm. So we're underinvesting in the country in primary care. Next slide. We have a vision to move the population from sick care increasingly toward health. And that's why we have been innovative in a lot of different spaces. Next slide. And go ahead and click through these. I'll just mention them. We have a wellness center. You keep clicking. A teaching kitchen where we're training folks how to eat well. Produce prescription program where we're able to prescribe farm fresh produce to our patients. A medical legal partnership which allows our patients to get services for health harming legal needs like domestic violence. An urban gardening training program. We're bringing mental health professionals onto primary care teams in our integrated behavioral health model, and we're helping with early childhood literacy through Reach Out and Read. Next slide. And our most recent innovation is a telehealth for schools program. We're focusing on some key campuses addressing physical and mental health services for children without the need for parents or children parents to miss work and children to miss school. And we're providing that care in 10 campuses as of August of 2021. So next slide. So what's ahead for us? Our busiest clinical operation, residency training site, and administrative headquarters is located right here on Colcord, off Colcord and 18th at 1600 Providence. This building was built in 1982. Next slide. And we have outgrown our current space. Our organization has grown exponentially since that building was built. We've moved from one site to 14 sites, meaning 16,000 to almost 60,000 patients. This being the site where the majority of our patients, the busiest site among those 14 sites, about 20,000 come through the main site each year. And we have multiple new facilities and services that we're offering through that main site. So our current building is unable to be expanded or renovated to meet our needs. We've had an architect look at it, see if we could expand it or remodel it, and it just does not seem feasible. We're sharing offices, we've cannibalized storage rooms, we've repurposed library and conference rooms so that we can all try, and we're really on top of each other at this point. And then our current clinics at our main site are not ADA compliant. We're not able to modify them to become ADA compliant. Finally, our primary care training needs have changed as primary care has changed over the last 40 years. Primary care is increasingly team-based and multidisciplinary, and so it requires more clinical space to train residents and to care for patients. Next slide. And just go ahead and click again. So to anchor the organization and provide patient care for the next 50 plus years, we've modeled out a building that's approximately 140,000 square feet, and it'll cost around $51 million. We have a stacked financial plan that includes contributions from our foundation, federal government, new market tax credits, fundraising with foundations and individual philanthropy. And we're approaching you today with a request for $2.5 million to support the building of this facility as well. Next slide. Our vision for the new facility on Colcord is to create a clinical home that warmly welcomes all people in the heart of Texas, to support patient-centered healthcare and wellness services, to advance education and research in primary care. Not only will the facility advance our center mission, it will also provide a workplace for over 350 employees whose median wage is $42,000 a year. So this is a boon to the neighborhood, to the heart of the city, and to McLennan County. And then finally, my concluding points, we're serving 1 in 5 in McLennan County. Texas is the least insured state in the nation, and McLennan County is one of the largest counties in Texas without a local taxing hospital or healthcare district. 81% of our annual revenues comes from patient care, but 3% of our budget is from city and county, and that is key. We're stretched every year to meet budget. Primary care is defined by the National Academy of Medicine as a common good, something that everyone should have access to. And we're meeting that need in McLennan County. We've been meeting that need for 50 years, and we're excited to build for 50 more, but we need your help. And if we've learned anything from the pandemic, it's that we're all interdependent. We all need each other in this process. And so we're just as pleased as we can be to be your partner in McLennan County, serving the residents of this great county. And that's all I have, but I'd be delighted to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Griggs. Any questions?
How'd you end up in Bell County with the Waco Family Medicine?
That's a great question. There was a point in time, this is before I was the CEO, when there was a clinic in Bell County that had a fair amount of Medicaid that was coming to that clinic. And then there was some clinics here in Waco that were being run by Baylor Scott and White Health. And through an arrangement with Baylor Scott and White Health, we began to see patients in the clinic, the two clinics, one clinic here in Waco, McLennan County, the MacArthur Clinic, and then they allowed us to sort of take over their facility without charging us rent there, and we're able to see patients there. But it was an arrangement that allowed benefit from the standpoint of payer mix and allowed us to take over a very successful Medicaid practice here in Waco, McLennan County. So it was an arrangement that was made with Baylor Scott and White that benefited both organizations and allowed us to expand our mission.
So the $50 million for the new campus, the campus renovation, 2.5 from us and 2.5 from the city. Where's the other 45 million? What's your breakout? Do you have a more detailed breakout on that?
I do, and I don't have those figures memorized, although I can approximate them. I can certainly get it, but in general, so new market tax credits or arrangement where the Department of Treasury offers a community development entity tax credits, then purchased by an equity investor. That equity investor, some of that funds gets passed down to the building project in the form of equity. So that would take off somewhere, we're estimating right now, between $4 and $5 million from the cost of the building. Our foundation has pledged, that's the Waco Family Medicine Foundation, has pledged $7.5 million matching funds for philanthropy. We're in conversation with local foundations, and we already have some early pledges from individuals in our community. The center has 6 months operating reserves, which puts us around $30 million in cash. So we've got leverage to do debt financing, but we don't want to tie down the operation with big interest payments, which is why we're trying to get the cost of the building as much covered through other means as possible so that we can, if we're paying a lot of interest on the building, then we're not able to do as much good for the community. And so we're trying to reduce that burden.
But you've got a detailed plan
Yes,
in writing.
Yes.
Ready to go.
Yeah, we have, we have 3 boards who are pretty deeply invested in this project. The foundation board, which are a variety of physicians, business leaders in the community, our center board, and then our institute board, which are physicians who are interested in training. So we have, particularly on the foundation board and the center board side, have been involved in the forging of that financial plan.
Great.
So,
When I look at your presentation.
yes, ma'am.
And your patients by insurance, it looks like 16% of your clients right now have insurance, or they have a private insurance, meaning that approximately 80% of your clients are either uninsured, they have some type of state or federal assistance with the cost of their health care. And so I guess 80% of your clients are poor, uninsured or underinsured. So looking into the future, because we have, the county maintains the indigent health program. What do you see the relevance of your program, Waco Family Medicine, indigent health, as it relates to that population of individuals?
We were created by the community specifically to serve this population. It's in our DNA. We have been sustained for the past 50 years by community support, by support from the county and city for this work. And I don't see us, at least under my leadership, ever veering from that singular focus to care for those who are indeed vulnerable and underinsured and underserved. So I don't know if that answers your question specifically.
You see that population increasing or
Okay.
decreasing?
Oh, I see now. Yes, I don't see indicators that we are going to see any decrease in the population in McLennan County who are experiencing poverty based on trends. I think that there's going to be a sizable need going forward, both those experiencing poverty and those who are un or underinsured. So I wish I could come to the court and say, things look bright in terms of insurance and poverty in our county, but I haven't seen evidence to that effect to make me optimistic that our services wouldn't be needed. Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment, a perspective on how it affects county health services in relation to, or because of the relationship between county health services and Waco Family Medicine. We have some common clients that we deal with. I think because Waco Family Medicine has done an excellent job when talking to these people to get them in the mindset of having a primary care physician, which is more than what we can offer because they've got it right there. And there's been a shift to a certain extent of our clients to a lower number, and they've had it at a higher number. So they're picking up some of those folks because I think they can offer more opportunities for better health through their programs. The gap coverage in there that we deal with is those people that are in relative close proximity to the poverty line, but yet make enough money that they don't qualify to Medicaid. And so that's a real opportunity to find that group and really get them focused on their long-term health and not just go to the emergency room, which is another benefit of having a strong family medicine practice here, is that we can shift people out of that emergency room, which is the highest cost of medical care that you can have for an individual, into a scheduled mindset of this is my doctor's. They can help me for all kind of things, not just what I'm sick today about, but in my future as well. And so I think we work, really hand in hand in this challenge we have. I'll make one other pitch for economic development. I agree that, and he's the expert, but just looking at numbers across the nation, area, that population is not going to disappear. And it's probably going to grow because in Texas, because our population is growing. But a strong economic development program in these communities help bring jobs here that can pay a living wage. But also with that, we need to take on responsibility of workforce training as well and get people able to earn more money, and they can move out of that situation. But in the meantime, we've got to make sure that we can handle it, that it doesn't come back on us with a landslide of problems, including health problems. So that's my perspective from it. Any other questions or comments from the group?
Curious, do you have a timeline on your plan so far, or?
We do. We're working right now with HKS, a design firm that has done millions of square footage in healthcare, recently building for Parkland in Dallas, and they plotted out a sort of about a 6-month time window for the rest of the design. Fundraising may slow us down just a little bit there because we want to have ample funds raised before we break ground. Then once we break ground, an additional 18 months of construction is what's anticipated.
It's exciting.
Absolutely, yeah, we're really thrilled.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just quickly, you mentioned early on in your presentation that statistics have a tendency to dehumanize the message, but one number that jumped out to me that's so impressive, 464 physicians trained there, and over 50% of them make up primary care physicians in the Waco area.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful number, amazing number.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're proud of that.
Should be.
When we look at the cost of healthcare per individual in McLennan County, it's really quite a bit less than the state and nation, and we attribute that to having a really talented and robust primary care workforce in the community. So we are a little bit of an anomaly in some ways in terms of the high cost of healthcare. But thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner.
So I think the 2.5 million fits right in with ARP.
I think it does too. I think, in my opinion, the funding without ARP is still something that I think I would support, but I think it fits right in with the description of what ARP funds can be used for. Have y'all done any research in regards to?
I have reviewed the Federal Registry language around ARP funding for cities and counties. It seemed like it would make sense, but I need to be real careful not to speak for anyone. There I'm sure fleets of attorneys, right?
I have one comment there.
Yes.
On some of the guidance, one of the questions is, what's the definition of COVID response, mitigation, and prevention activities? And one of the things listed is support for vulnerable populations to access medical or public health services.
That's what they do.
So that's word for word there out of the.
Right, and then also to even put more fodder in is the support they give to the mental health folks and helping them get the services they need to improve their life. So, go ahead.
So, are we looking today at a commitment, or where are we right now, Judge?
we could, if you so feel that this is a worthwhile project, whether it comes out of the general fund or the ARP deal, we can go ahead and take action on it, and then our group will work on taking all the things that we commit to and see how many of them will come under the ARP program, and we can do that post making this action. So I think if the court was comfortable, we could approve it right now.
I would say yes.
Okay.
I was getting ready to raise my hand. Like you
Okay,
did.
all right.
One thing I can say for Waco Family Medicine, I'm proud to have the majority share of your clinics in my precinct.
Right.
Well, I was trying to get in there and do that motion before somebody grabbed me. And I do want to thank you for the partnership that you all are doing with our Inogen Healthcare. I didn't want my statement to seem that I was pitting the two programs against each other. I think they complement each other. So if we were in church, I would have said amen to your comment. And I support the funding, but I just wanted to reiterate that I'm grateful that the project that you're talking about doing into the future is that you're going to stay in the community, that you're not relocating your new facility, that it's going to be the current facility goes down and at that same site. Because I remember when that site came up under Dr. Gertz and Alan Patterson, and it is just an enhancement for that area. So you ready for a motion?
Unless there's any other comments.
So there's an $11,000 increase in their request for the regular funding,
Oh, that's on another item. You talking about the 700
F2A,
F2A?
in the notes.
Yes, sir. I don't have the figures in front of me. That sounds right. I wrote that letter a few weeks ago, so but that sounds correct.
Okay, you're talking about the budget request?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Request,
normal.
okay. Can I,
Is that just normal operating increases?
It is. We use the U.S. Department of Labor. There's an inflationary rate for medical services that's much lower than the healthcare inflationary rate. Looking at services, it's 1.5 this year, it was 1.8 last year, whereas healthcare inflation overall grows much more rapidly. So we're just looking at medical services, and we just adjust it based on medical services inflation.
Do you find that funding amount to be, I'm not going to say adequate, because there's never going to be enough.
Well-
But does it fall in line with, say, what other communities are doing? And it seems like that the models are just all over the place. Like some places do different things, stuff like that.
I describe it like this, Commissioner. There's sort of concentric circles of good that go out endlessly for all of us. We could all be doing more than we're doing right now, and there's really what's exciting is when there's more resources to do more good. Because I think one of the privileges of being in the clinic is seeing the individuals' lives changed. I wish that I had time to sit here and tell you guys story after story, because they're real people who live right here. They're our neighbors. And so now you're exactly right in that when you've seen one model, you've seen one model. I'm profoundly grateful for the longstanding investment that the county has placed in Waco Family Medicine. Could we do more with more? Absolutely. But I also know that there's competing priorities as well for the court and for the county, and that health is not just in healthcare, but it also involves a whole variety of other investments to keep people thriving. So I understand that factor as well. Now, we are a large county. I haven't reviewed the statistics myself, but I've been told that we're the largest county without a hospital or healthcare district. That, of course, impacts us in areas where there's an FQHC. In that kind of environment, FQHCs receive usually quite a bit of funding through that arrangement. So there are lots of potential services that we could offer our community were there additional funding, but every dollar matters, and we're so grateful to the court for what they've invested already to date.
Any other questions?
Okay. That being said, in support of your capital project and knowing the quality clinics that you all have throughout McLennan County, I would move to approve the $2.5 million funding request from Waco Family Medicine and to have its inclusion in our FY22 budget.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, going to the, what's the next item on the funding?
F2A.
Going to F2A.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Waco Family Medicine request for $758,830.26 in funding this fiscal year 22.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you so much.
Man, thank you guys. Y'all don't know what this does for my just sense of delight today, and I'm going to walk out of here kind of on cloud nine. So I really have great gratitude for the court for your longstanding investment in Waco
And
Family
thanks for
Medicine.
your leadership.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
You know, you did that and we saw that you would.
You saw the exhale.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, it is 10:35. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, I see Tom up there. We've got two items for Tom Ray. Goal 4 is regarding the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant Assistance Agreement, authorization of short form of agreement for professional services with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated, and related order granting exemptions from bidding for professional services. Then we also have item L1, which would be consulting services for the American Rescue Plan funds. And then after Tom, we have BKD on the line to give a presentation as well. Tom?
Okay. Arnie?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, pleasure to be in front of you again. I want to talk first about the Water Smart Grant. You recall, it's been 3 years ago, we had our first Water Smart Grant. That's a 50% funding from the Bureau of Reclamation, and it's applied to the work that a group of McLennan County city managers, water interest folks, water managers, Brazos River Authority, Baylor University is involved, a number of folks that have been meeting since, I think, Judge, 2014 or so, to talk specifically about water needs in McLennan County, including how do we preserve and conserve our groundwater supplies here in the county. That group, with the judge's leadership, the leadership of a number of city managers, including Wiley Stem with the city of Waco, was very instrumental in coming up with their own plan. So we have a McLennan County water plan that has been submitted to the state. The state of Texas, through the Water Development Board, also does planning for the entire state. But this plan for McLennan County has been done by McLennan County, not for McLennan County. So there is a big difference. And it's a robust plan, and it looks at the needs that we've got here locally. Our first phase, this is what I'm presenting to you today, is a Water Smart grant and contract to do a second phase of the water planning that we started probably back in 2016-17. In that first phase, we completed a drought contingency plan. So the county, McLennan County, has a drought contingency plan, which is, as far as I know, unique in the state of Texas. And the other two components of that first plan were a conjunctive use effort. Conjunctive use, I mean by that, looking at the way we use surface water in the county, Lake Waco primarily, and groundwater, and trying to balance those out so that in the long-term future, we still have availability of groundwater for particularly the residents out in the outreaches of McLennan County, the outer areas. The third thing we looked at in the first phase was the arsenic situation in the eastern part of the county. We developed a template, if you will, a blueprint for how that could be handled with surface water treated surface water from the city of Waco. And some of that is being implemented and moving forward. This grant that's before you for your approval and consideration is the second phase, the implementation strategies for how could we go about implementing the conjunctive use portion of that first plan. And that entails looking at the use of groundwater in McLennan County. We have some areas, and we focused on 5 of those in the first plan that use a considerable amount, a large amount. They're the 5 largest groundwater users in the county. So that large groundwater use causes over time a depletion in the pressures in the aquifer. As the pressure in the Trinity aquifer, is what we're dealing with, as the pressures in the Trinity go down, then the availability of that groundwater also decreases. So you either have to, lower your wells or take other action. And sometimes you get into, as you know, the Trinity has areas of poor quality, so you can trigger some of that. So the idea of this plan, of its second phase, is to look at ways to use treated groundwater in lieu of these heavy groundwater pumping and slow the decrease in the pressures in our Trinity Aquifer over time. We've looked at that. The way you figure out whether or not that's possible is actually doing computer models. There are sophisticated groundwater computer models that are used by the state, approved by the state. Those are the ones that we have used. We did this in the first plan as part of that conjunctive use plan I talked about. We used those models. Groundwater hydrologists looked at it. And sure enough, if you replace 50% of this heavy groundwater pumping from these 5 entities, that pressure in our Trinity Aquifer remains available 50 years out in the future. It's a 50-year plan, okay? So what I'm saying, go by it, to look at it again, the surface water from Lake Waco, this would be treated Waco water, would be used by the heavy groundwater users. They would use that to replace ideally 50% of their groundwater pumping. And the result of that is a strong availability of our Trinity groundwater on out in the long-term future. Okay, the tough part of all that is how do you pay for it? Obviously, the treated water from Waco, the investment made in Lake Waco and the treatment plant and all of that is extremely expensive compared to the cost of groundwater. And that's why there's heavy groundwater pumping. It is cost-wise, right now, today, is less costly than using surface water. That may not be the case in the future. If you continue to pump the groundwater and you run out of groundwater, you lose the pressures in the aquifer, et cetera, then you've got to come up with some replacement. So it's, pay me now or pay me later type of a thing. But this phase 2 is taking on the challenge. It's an ambitious plan, but McLennan County's been ambitious in its planning so far. This is the next step. How do you look at this cost difference between groundwater use and surface water use? And how do you pay for these heavy groundwater users to replace that cheaper groundwater, and put it that way, with surface water? And that's what we're going to look at. We may not come up with the ideal solution. It's going to be a strategy that we want to put in place, but we'll get the issues out there in front of the folks in McLennan County, the groundwater users, as well as the surface water users, and see if we can find a way to move forward. We're going to bring in some experts, both in the groundwater side, engineering side, as well as water marketing or water rate side, I should say, who know how to structure water rates to consider these kind of benefits, the value of those, and put those into dollar amounts or water rates that can be used. Let's see, as far as the grant itself, or the project, let me say, it's a $150,000 project. Half of that cost, that's the cash cost of the project, half of that comes from the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant. We've been through the process. Bureau of Reclamation, I can't say this about other federal grants, but the Bureau is I'd say, Dustin, fairly easy to work with. The funds are actually put up front, so it's not one of these we'll reimburse you type things that the Water Development Board and others use, that model. So we've been through that. I don't think, there is some issues with reporting and some of these things, but I would say they are not rigorous. They're not overly burdensome, considering that you're getting 50% loan on this, or 50% grant on this thing. It would continue to be led and managed and directed by the judge and the Water Resources Group. So with that, Judge, unless there's questions, I would highly recommend favorable consideration of the Phase 2 contract.
Questions?
Who are the 5 largest users?
You might ask, someone might ask that, Commissioner. Well, there's Hewitt, the cities of Hewitt, Woodway, Belmead, Sanderson Farm, and I'm leaving one out. I knew,
Robinson uses.
Robinson, yes, sir. Yeah, they do still have, not as much because they do have the surface water, but those are the 5.
But I mean, it's getting pretty expensive to dig a well
Absolutely. And
that's, what, 3 miles deep or something like that?
it's about 2,000 to 2,500 feet deep.
Okay.
To 3,000 feet deep.
3,000 feet.
So, yeah, you're absolutely
You're gonna have
correct.
to get deeper and deeper with that well.
3/5 of a mile, yeah.
Right. Yes.
The lower the aquifer gets, correct?
That is correct, yes. And putting a well in can have some issues, you know, being able to actually put that well into the right location. What I mean is the most productive, the best quality location within the aquifer, and have it be sustainable without intrusion of poorer quality water, those kind of things. You're right. And that's part of the favorable side of looking at this conjunctive use project.
Would the, with less amount of pressure being put on the aquifer, you're saying we go another 50 years out. Is there any plan in place, or is there any way that it actually recharges a little bit, or?
It probably doesn't get to the point of that mass balance of a total recharge, but I am not the groundwater hydrologist, and I'm stepping off into some engineering I shouldn't be speaking to, but I think it's almost, if we were to do this at 50%, that was our target in the first go-around, recognizing that it's modeling, it's not, you know, empirical, you know. So, but with that modeling result, yes, it would be a balance, if you will, between the recharge and the actual depletion of the aquifer, right?
Yeah, there's no question, and we can get this from Brazos River Authority and other experts as well, that we're using it faster than it's recharging. And the other thing is in the recharge zones, from what we found out, if you were to pour a gallon in this recharge, it could take years for it ever raised our level any as well. And so the main objective that we're trying to do is when the drought of record like 2011 and in the 50s happened, that we can go back to that aquifer and there's water there. But it's not going to be there if we keep using it at the rate we're doing and not depending more on treated surface water. And it's like everything else, nothing's cheap, but we need to have the knowledge to be able to know exactly what the situation is and then look for opportunities over the decades to move forward to get to that point where we're not totally required to use groundwater at any point in time. The Water Development Board, and there's other places from time to time, both federal and state, that there'll be programs that we can access if we have the knowledge base. And that's our point. Now, you might mention what the McLennan County Water Resource Group, how they participated financially in the last plan.
I neglected to do that. It's a $75,000 grant, and $75,000 coming from local participants. And it's not just the county, that's all the cities, all the major cities in McLennan County. You know, we did this the first time with the first grant. We plan to use the same allocation that's been presented and approved. So we have an equitable, it's based on population 2015 population or something. So it's a population pro rata distribution of the 75,000. And I think that was totally acceptable. And we run it by the Water Resources Group, which is the city managers from all of these larger cities in the county, and others, BRA and others that also serve on that.
Yep, and they, not one question, everybody said, let's do it, we need to be there. So that's how we would do this.
If we're the only county doing this, we're not, are we? I mean, that,
Well,
just because we're talking about raising that level 50%, and that, what is second level of the Trinity that we're in, or whatever?
We're down in the third,
We're
I
down in the
believe,
third
but don't
level,
quote me on that.
And there's people both directions pumping out of it.
Right.
Is everyone else as serious as we are, or are we butting our head against the wall while they're all pumping water?
I see your point, but I think the way to look at that is that McLennan County is being
Right.
proactive in this, so that we're looking at ways to, have those pressures in our part of the county, okay, available to us.
But
Now,
will we have those pressures in our part of the county if no one above us is doing the same thing?
I think we will. That's, again, the way we modeled this, we took the model of the entire Trinity, the state model, the model that they use, and somehow the groundwater hydrologists, the modelers that do this stuff, were able to cut out McLennan County. So they kept all of I think this is what you're saying, they kept all the surrounding groundwater
they're
use
doing.
in place and said, okay, we're going to cut down these 5 major users by half. What's the effect on the long-term pressures in McLennan County? And that's how we judge things, and there was a very positive and beneficial result of that. And we'll confirm that in this second phase as well, because obviously, looking to provide a rebate or, for the use of surface water, we're gonna have to have pretty solid results that that's going to be this long-term benefit that I'm suggesting. Good question.
Any other questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court to consider the agreement with Lockwood Andrews and Newman Incorporated to start this study, and then we will propose funding like we did with the other entities. The city of Waco pays the largest amount because they have a population inside their city. And so it goes like that, but then the county picks up everyone that's not inside that group.
This is not an ARPA possibility either, is it?
Well, if we consider a consultant that knows about this, they might tell us it may or may not.
And I mean, we approve it today, but I mean, that's a
Yeah.
possibility in the future.
Right.
Judge, I don't know if Francis would agree, but since this is already federal grant money for the half, that 50% match would need to come directly from the county or from those entities. So I don't think it would be a fit.
That
for
is
it.
one of the things that is, you can't use the money on, is that would
That
be a
makes
federal
sense.
match.
A grant.
So
Okay.
our match is, at this point, that $18,964.
Okay.
13% of the cost.
Okay. I would move to approve, what is that, L4?
L4, yes.
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay, let's go to item L1. L1 is, this is considering different entities to work with us as consultants on helping us decide how we'll allocate our allotment of American Rescue Plan Act money. And to be sure that when we write that, whenever we transfer these funds, that Francis doesn't have to write a check to reimburse the federal government because we made a mistake later on. So this is to put a lot of information and support around our decisions. Because of water being one area that is a high priority in the American Rescue Plan Act. We've asked Tom to come and talk about what he could offer the county in those services.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the opportunity to. The county knows a lot, Francis knows a lot about the ARPA funding and talking about the Coronavirus Local Physical Recovery Fund, which placed $130 billion into a fund to support counties, every county in the nation, and metropolitan cities, larger cities, and also what they call non-entitlement cities. Those are the smaller cities that would receive funding through the state, kind of like the prior COVID funding. Therefore, if I'm repeating something that you don't need to hear, let me know. I mean, if you've got all this background, you're saying, yeah, let me just cut to the chase. I'm really the infrastructure part of this. There's 4 uses. They probably reviewed those with you, related to public health and premiums to workers, reduction of certain costs that were incurred in COVID. But the one, as the judge mentioned, was one of those allowable uses is for water, sewer, or broadband. There's been more information provided from the Treasury on how we can identify eligible projects within that last category, and the measure that they're using to identify eligible projects is the state revolving fund. That is a program through EPA, and it's now for many, many years been administered through the Texas Water Development Board. Our firm and many other firms have done SRF projects, as we call them. So there's a clean water SRF that deals with wastewater projects, and there's a drinking water SRF that obviously deals with drinking water. Particularly the clean water SRF has a broad number of different types of projects that could fit under that fund. Those include obviously wastewater treatment and those kind of things, and conveyance and that sort of thing. But also they look at reuse and they look at drainage. So projects related to a variety of eligible uses under Clean Water SRF are eligible for funding under the ARPA funds. And that's what we want to work with the county on is I think, sitting down with the commissioners, sitting down and finding the projects that meet the test of, these are strong projects, these are needed projects, and we want to assign priorities to those as well. And so that first step, I actually have suggested 2 steps, and that's what we're looking at doing, is the first step being identifying the projects in McLennan County. I think that's going to take sitting down with the city engineer, with each of the commissioners and saying, what are those projects that might fit within these eligible categories that we need to look at, putting those on a priority list, identifying how they meet the test, okay? And then taking those forward and coming up with, we don't know what that dollar amount might be. Obviously, the county's got to set a dollar amount that they want to use for these types of projects out of their total funding. And then we have to go through a process that the commissioners will be very active in, I'm sure, in terms of these are the priority projects and here are the ones where we have to draw the line. Once that line is drawn, once we know the projects, are there questions so far? Okay. Once we draw that line, then there is the challenge of how do we take the federal funds from the U.S. Treasury and integrate those into the projects. Now, if it's a new project, if it's New Start, that's not so difficult. We can figure that one out. But if it's an ongoing project, or if it's a project that, you know, has been funded for some time and we need to boost that funding, if you will, how do we do that? What's the best benefit of using those funds for that purpose? Okay? So that's the second part of what we had in mind and have proposed. You know, this is, you know, a fairly small dollar amount on our side. We really can't tell you we're going to spend LAN, the Lockwood Andrews and Newnham. My cost, company cost is going to be X dollars. It's a bit of a trust thing. I've been a resident of Waco for since 1980. I'm a strong supporter of McLennan County. I like the judge. I'm going to do right. But I can't give you a dollar amount. What I'd like to do is have a fund that I can use to do that first step. You know, to identify the projects, start working on dollar amounts, the cost of those, start working on a list that would then be prioritized. Maybe we have a workshop with the commissioners, those types of things. But as we go along, to build a set of projects that, number one, meet the intent of the guidance from Treasury, number two, benefit the county in ways that you can show your constituents that you're using this money in the best way possible, in the most beneficial way. And then having a plan, a means of actually implementing those projects and getting them done. So that's kind of what I proposed, Judge. Do I need to go into any more detail?
Just what your proposal is in dollars.
Oh, the actual dollar amount. I would propose a $45,000 amount, not to exceed that amount without approvals. And also it'd be what we call time and materials. That is, if it takes us less than that, then you're not charged that, obviously. So that's kind of a ceiling amount that we put on this. Along with my pledge that we'll be frugal on that, and we will be accountable as well to Dustin and the judge to make sure that those dollar amounts are used wisely.
So, just to be clear, I think it's the, what do you call it, time and material? Or,
Yes, sir.
Up to 40.
Up to, not to exceed.
Yeah, not to exceed that. Not that amount plus time and
No,
material.
no.
So,
For the whole, so, I mean, I see this playing out over many years, you know, a few years here. I mean, we have until 2026 to expend the funds and 2024 to allocate them. Would this be like $45,000 per year until we're done with it, or we'll just have to play it as we go?
I think, Commissioner, it's a play-as-you-go deal. At this point, I think once we get into this, we'll be able to hammer that down, I think, and say, oh, yeah, we've got this kind of work to do. We've got to work with these projects in this way.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can.
This
we
is
can
just
look
to
at it.
identify projects. It's basically what we're trying to do right now. Identify projects that are within the scope of the ARPA that fits the water, sewer, and broadband definitions.
That's correct, Commissioner, and, you know, along with that, identify the cost of those that you want to invest in and the priority
Associated
on those.
costs. Yeah.
Yep.
But we
And-
gotta,
and how
we
you
gotta know,
implement
we
them.
gotta know what the projects are first.
Absolutely, absolutely.
any other questions?
Yeah, I would have one for Dustin. Is this an action item, Dustin? I don't see it as an action item on the agenda, so.
There is a proposal from Tom. I'm going back and reading the way we're posted right now. We also have BKD on the line. I know their availability is limited. I know the court needs to get to another function as well. So Judge, do you want to let BKD present and I'll look at how we're posted and we can go from there?
Yeah, that'll be fine. And Tom, if you could wait around a minute.
I can.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
So from BKD, we have Danny Martinez and Shauna Woody Cousins on the call with us.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for your time this morning. In listening to the previous speaker, I think the services that BKD would propose would be a very nice dovetail to what you're considering on your water projects, as well as other projects that you all might determine to fund with this source of federal funding. Our services are grants management and compliance and administrative services. So what we would be responsible for would be making sure that you all had the right policies and procedures in place and helping you implement and monitor the grants management process to ensure compliance through the grant life cycle. So for instance, at the beginning, if you have worked with another firm to determine how you want to spend this money, we sit down with you and discuss what your priorities are, what the timelines are, map that all out. And then we take a look at the requirements from the compliance side and overlay them on top of the projects that you are planning on implementing to make sure that we can help you all ensure that at the end of the day, the funds were spent appropriately. So in our services, we have a variety of level of services. Some of our clients have very sophisticated grants management departments internally, and in those particular cases, they may come to us for advice on just particular instances. In other instances, we have had counties that have never had significant federal funding in the past, and so we have basically been their turnkey grants management department for them. So we start by understanding what your goals are, and then we move into the design category. And in that category is where we are analyzing your policies and procedures, determining if there are any gaps to the federal compliance, and if there are, helping you remediate those particular gaps. We are also laying out the level and type of required documentation that would be necessary to be retained in the event that you are subject to a single audit or an OIG audit in the future. We also make sure that along with policies and procedures and documentation, that you all have the appropriate internal controls in place as well, because that's the first place the auditors are going to start to look. What did you do to try to ensure that you would have compliance going forward? And then we move on to the implementation phase. And in the implementation phase, our services depend very much upon the programs that you are standing up. So for instance, if you are going to be spending the majority of the money internally, such as on water projects, that is a different set of services than if you are going to be standing up programs that will have a lot of subrecipients, because for the subrecipients, there needs to be an online application portal as well as a way to receive the documentation on the expenditures that will have to be tested. So you don't necessarily have to have the application portal if you're doing everything internally. If you do have the application portal, BKD has a grants management software that we make available to our clients. It is built on the Salesforce platform, which is a CRM platform, and we have a third-party vendor who helps us go in and actually customize the software platform for each one of our clients' needs. So we have some clients that have used both the application end and the subrecipient monitoring end. We have other clients who have just focused on the subrecipient monitoring. Along with the grants management software, we also use online project management software, which includes a leadership dashboard, so that at any point in time, you all could go online and access the dashboard and see where we are with regard to productivity and progress on the goals, as well as where we are on fees for the project. So after the implementation category, we move on to the monitoring. And the monitoring has to be done whether you spend the money internally or whether you have subrecipients, because we have to make sure all along the way that all of the compliance issues are met. And then at the end, or actually not at the end, for ARPA, there are going to be various reporting timelines. And BKD assists in those reportings as well up to the federal government. So for instance, we can prepare, if you are using pass-throughs to subrecipients, we can take the reporting from the subrecipients and aggregate that, test it with data analytics to make sure the information is within bounds, and then aggregate that along with any internal reporting that you have to do up to the federal government. Right now, there will be an interim report that is going to be due August 31st of this year by expenditure category. And then there's going to be quarterly reports by August 31st, and then 30 days after each quarter on project and expenditures. And then on an annual basis, there's going to be a recovery plan performance report. It's going to be due by August 31st this year, and then annually thereafter by July 31st. And these reports are more than just numeric reports. The recovery plan performance report is an outcome metrics report as well, and you will be required to place that on your website for transparency purposes so that your constituents can take a look at that. Now, the money on the ARPA funding, it needs to be obligated by December 24, but you've got through December 26 to spend it. So closeout procedures would happen following December 31 of 2026. And BKD would be involved in those as well. We would provide all of the wrap up and concluding procedures through collaboration with county representatives. We assess whether the programs are supported by the necessary documentation so that your CFA report, which is used in a single audit, can be prepared accurately. So I've given you a lot of information there. The point I want to leave you with is that basically we can meet you wherever you need to be met. Whatever your need is, our services have the depth and breadth to be tailored to your particular needs. As far as fees, what we do is we sit down with you and determine exactly what your needs are going to be. We then put together an estimate of hours at an hourly rate, and very similar to the previous speaker, what you are given is a time and materials quote with a guaranteed not to exceed cap. And we don't go above that cap or even near it, before coming to you and explaining what a potential issue might be. And then you can either say yes or no. And then we bill our fees on a monthly basis. I know that was a lot in a short amount of time. What questions can I answer for you?
Are y'all located locally where we have access to you all the time?
We have 6 offices in Texas: Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Waco. We do have an office in Waco. Our grants management national leadership is out of our Dallas office. And I think we've worked with you all in the past on some efforts on the CRF funding. And as far as I know, we were able to meet your expectations for availability.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they did work with us on that. Is there other questions? All right. If you could send us a proposal, like you outlined verbally.
Sure.
I don't think we have that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. We're posted for today and through tomorrow. If we get that fairly quickly, we can review it internally and then bring it to court before we adjourn tomorrow and see what the disposition might be of that contract. On LAN, we have that contract in place. The only thing I would say that if the court chose to go ahead and move forward with LAN, all we'd need to do is have legal review of the contract, be sure it's got everything in there that we need. And
I know we got a time constraint right now, so is this something we need to vote on right now,
Well,
Judge, or after we come back, or what do we need to do? Because I know we've got 11:30 we're supposed
Yeah.
to be at.
Waiting on the proposals, I would assume.
well, we have LAN's proposal. it's up to the court.
One question I wanted to ask Tom, and I didn't want to prolong our meeting this morning was, do you see any potential conflict of interest on when we rank projects? And let's suppose one of them is a project that's some unincorporated area or some city wanted to work with us in conjunction with, and then LAN going out and making a proposal to them for that project, whether it be a sewer or water or anything like that. Tom, do you see that being a conflict?
No, it is, I don't think there would be any, and we wouldn't allow any conflicts.
Right.
That's,
That was the only thing I was thinking about.
you know, that sort, no, we would, I mean, all engineering firms work under a banner of engineering ethics, and that
Sure.
would be a violation of that.
Okay.
And I think it would be, we would listen to our consultants, but the court would make the decision on priorities. And so, the thing I like about this piece of it is that there's really, we have many good cities in our county that out in the surrounding areas, and we can consider all those projects.
You bet, because some of them have some needs. They have some needs.
Now, what I'm telling my water districts right now is get with your engineers, start getting your projects lined out, and we'll have a process at some point.
And that's what I'm saying too. Okay, so it's up to the court if they want to act on it.
Why don't we just approve them both tomorrow?
Okay. All right.
Judge, I did want to just add real quick. I know on the last one we did with BKD, Mike, we worked independently with BKD to change up the agreement somewhat. So we have that as a starting point, but I don't know if it's possible. Mike's out this week, so I don't know if we can actually have a complete agreement for BKD for the court to consider.
But we
tomorrow.
could do LAN, though. We've got their agreement, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We just need, we could approve it just pending a final legal review. Just wanted to make sure some language is included on it.
On the LAN?
On the LAN, yes, sir.
So we could approve it subject to one final review.
You can do that right now. then.
Yeah, go for it.
Wait.
All right.
So
I'll make a
moved.
motion. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right, we'll recess at 1:30.
Thank
we'll pick up, looking at, outside request. We'll listen to the presentations, and then later on, we will look, depending on what the court wants to do, of reviewing all these as a group. If there has to be prioritization, then we'll go through that process during the budget discussion. But feel free to ask all the questions and that you might have with each presenter. So, Dustin?
Yes, sir. So Judge, we have Fiona Bond from Creative Waco with us. She has a presentation under both F2A for the FY22 budget and also under L1 for American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Okay. Good evening.
Hello, thank you. Well, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present today. I really appreciate it. With your permission, I have a presentation to share. May I go ahead and share my screen? So Creative Waco is Waco and McLennan County's Commission on the Arts. And I wanted to take the opportunity today to look a little bit at what we have been doing and what we hope to do looking forward. But I wanted to start by saying thank you. We received $55,000 from McLennan County Commissioners Court last year. And we're profoundly grateful for that in the middle of a year that was incredibly difficult for the arts and cultural sector. This was a lifeline. It was really deeply appreciated that the level was sustained. It was incredibly important when a lot of arts and cultural funding, as well as normal revenue sources generated from meeting in person, were constrained. And to us as an organization, the money that comes from McLennan County is so much more than just money. It's an indication to us that we have a relationship of trust and one where we take very seriously the role that we play in developing the arts and cultural sector in this community. Today, I want to talk about what we normally do with the funds that come from McLennan County and what we specifically did during 2020, which was not normal by any stretch of the imagination, to request that $55,000 be designated again to support our work going forward, and then to talk about the American Rescue Plan block grant that is just distributed by the county, to look at applications specifically for lost revenue and recovery priorities in the arts and cultural sector. I'm humbled to say that we as an organization are not requesting that for ourselves. We came through the pandemic okay. We were able to replace lost revenue for Creative Waco from other sources, but we are making a request on behalf of the wider arts and cultural sector. So just a little bit of a recap about Creative Waco, who we are, what we do, and why on earth I'm here. We grow and support the artistic and cultural life of Waco and McLennan County. We are 6 years old as an organization. We are the local arts agency for Waco and McLennan County, which in arts, in national terms, that means that we are the organization that serves the function of being an umbrella or backbone organization for developing artistic and cultural product, innovation, direction, strategy, that kind of thing, as well as deploying resources. We are a non-profit organization, and we operate with 3 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff, and then we hire in artists, performers, creatives, people who work in the arts and cultural sector wherever we can. So we do the work of strategic development of the arts and cultural direction and priorities and capacity of our community, pulling together resources from this community, but primarily wherever we can from outside this community. One of the reasons for investing in arts and culture in this kind of organized way is that it provides a toolkit for leveraging the resources that are put in at local level to grow those and to make sure that there is more coming in from outside our community. We try to elevate talent and leadership within the arts and cultural sector so that we know we have great sustainable arts organizations and arts initiatives across our community. And then we try to gather data to show wherever possible how we're having an impact and what the effect is of the resources that are being deployed, wherever they're coming from. What we do, and this is I have to say, this is my favorite photograph of all time of the Sculpture Zoo. This is the daughter of a friend of ours, little Noemi, who was 2 years old at this time. And she was absolutely intrigued by the elephant, the wise elephant in the Sculpture Zoo. So what we do, these are the main goals of the cultural plan that we developed as part of making a bid to Texas Commission on the Arts back in 2016 for Waco to be designated a cultural district. Since that point, we have also added to that portfolio the fact that we are designated by the state as a film-friendly and music-friendly city. But we aim to grow and support successful, sustainable arts organizations and businesses, develop a hub of cultural activity in downtown Waco to attract residents, businesses, and tourists. And I should say that even though we're trying to develop a hub of activity, the reach that we have as an organization in cultivating activities and entrepreneurship and opportunities goes out across the whole of the county. And that's something I want to come back to. And we want to engage the creative sector in revitalization, entrepreneurship, education, economic development. At this point, I have a very short video which describes our impact when we don't have a pandemic. And that means that I have to reshare my screen. So I will do that with a video that we produced. Here we go. Let's see if we can make this large screen. This is a short video that describes. Oh.
We exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community here in Waco and McLennan County. But what does that mean?
It means you go to put
Wait, is there a way of doing that without? Is there a way of doing that without an echo? Would it be better to share this? Whoa, now I'm echoing.
Because you're muted already.
Oh, there we go. Is there a better way of sharing the video component?
You could send it to me and I could put it on the screen share.
Okay.
You could drop it in the chat and then I could take it from there.
Okay. That should be there.
Fiona, and FYI, there is a screen right in front of you, but you can't see it. We're looking at it. It's on this side of the table, so if...
Oh, right, okay, yeah. That's reassuring.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like everyone's sending messages on their cell phones or something. Yeah.
In case we don't turn around right now. You know we are looking.
Creative
Waco is Waco's local arts agency. We exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community here in Waco and McLennan County. But what does that mean?
It means you go and support artists, from little ones to bigger ones. How? By supporting artists' educational programs and performances. By running Art Partnership, which is a mentor work experience that offers opportunities for creative high school students and beauty for our city.
By bringing artists together to learn from each other, by running a program where creatives learn business skills, and by providing online resources like our creative directory, and connecting artists with businesses, services, customers, and audiences.
Last year, our programs and funding directly impacted over 2,000 professional artists and performers. and 2,500 students in Waco and McLennan County.
It means we grow and support arts organizations through funding programs, which help them attract other funding, through marketing and practical support, through professional coaching, and by connecting them with people and organizations who can help them flourish. Last year, we invested $188,000 in arts organizations and their programs.
It means we grow and support public art through working with philanthropists, community members, property owners, and our city to turn great ideas into awesome art that our whole community can enjoy.
It means we grow and support brilliant people and ideas by offering an arts match program we call AMP to support innovation and impact in the arts. It puts arms and legs on our cultural plan. Last year, our Arts Match program invested $67,460 in brilliant ideas, and those projects were then able to attract another $354,000 in additional support.
It means that we do research to measure how the arts impact our citizens in their education, economics, and other measurables. We know the arts have benefits far beyond what we can measure, but we also want to do a good job of gathering data and information wherever we can. Then we work with all our stakeholders to turn that research into strategy that can make a difference to our economy and our community. Waco's nonprofit arts organizations brought $63.7 million in economic impact to our community just last year. When arts activities happen in our downtown cultural district, audience members spend 3 times more on things like food and drinks, which helps our downtown businesses thrive.
And speaking of cultural districts, that's another thing we do. We work with local arts organizations, our partners in the city and county, at City Center Waco, at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and with local businesses to make the most out of the great happenings in our downtown. In 2016, we brought our whole community together to apply to become a Texas Commission on the Arts Cultural District, and we were successful. Waco now has an average of 30,000 visitors per week, and we want to encourage each of them to spend 1 more hour, meal, event, activity, or night enjoying our wonderful city as a cultural destination.
Not many people from outside the community really realize how diverse Waco is in all respects. It's geographically diverse, it's racially diverse, and it's artistically diverse. We want to see artists of all kinds in our community thrive, to be able to make a living through their talents, and to see Waco as the base from which they can launch their careers in Waco, in Texas, and beyond.
One of the things that makes Waco unique is that we have Baylor University, McLennan Community College, and Texas State Technical College, all of which have great expertise in the arts. So for a city our size, we bring a lot more to the table than you would think. We want to be a city that attracts and supports talented people of all kinds. Growing a thriving and vibrant art scene is an important part of doing that. Creative Waco is the arts agency for Waco and McLennan County that helps us turn that goal into a reality.
And that can, the rest is just credits, so, which are admittedly important, but I want to make best use of time. And also to take this opportunity to recognize the board members from Creative Waco who are in the room today. So Dr. Elise Edwards, who's a professor at Baylor, and then former council member John Kennard. Both of them are board members of Creative Waco, and I'm very grateful to have them here today. Okay, so I will go back to my screen share here and see how this goes. I did have another video later on, but I think I might opt not to share that one. Is that, looks like it's still on the Ukrainian Village Music Fest looks fantastic, but
Mine's completely different.
Interesting. Okay, so it seems to be glitching a little on when it's actually sharing. Let's try that again. Okay, I have not experienced this before, but let's see what happens if we just close down Safari. There we go. Ah, that looks more like it. Okay, great. So that was a snapshot of what we do typically and how we deploy the resources that we have in a typical year. And I wanted to show you that because I hope it's not too far off that we can get back to that kind of level of activity for our community. But where we find ourselves at this point after an entire, well, more than a year of particularly performing arts organizations and individuals not having been able to generate revenue in the ways that they normally do, we find ourselves in a position where there's still a gap to make up before we can get back to that kind of level of activity. We did a number of things when the pandemic hit to try to make sure that our arts and cultural sector was as minimally adversely impacted as possible, and that we could use the opportunity of hitting pause to do some deeper work in terms of looking forward and looking at what could potentially come down the road. So I'm going to take us through just a few snapshots of some of the things that we did during the pandemic with the resources that we had. And I'm really honored that Waco was cited as one of the communities by the National Arts Press and by the Texas Arts Press that has actually managed to come out of the pandemic with an arts and cultural sector relatively intact. That's partly because we don't have that many people in our community who make their entire living from the arts and cultural sector. It's partly because we're kind of on that trajectory. But it's also because we were able to hit the ground running with a number of things that specifically created revenue earning opportunities for artists and performers. So our focus was to address acute needs arising due to the pandemic and the strategic direction for Waco's growth as a hub for artistic excellence. And so here's just a quick roundup of some of the examples. And that mural, by the way, is a chalk art mural, which actually has been surprisingly long-lasting. It was done by Tashita Bibles, and it is on the wall of the Family Health Center, Family Health Clinic on Elm Avenue, so now part of Waco Family Medicine. So we started off by immediately pulling together resources for artists and creatives in Waco and McLennan County as to how they could address emergency needs, but also how they could access funds that were specific to the arts and cultural sector. We also, we had just installed the Sculpture Zoo, and so we launched a website with an interactive map of both the Sculpture Zoo and then all of our downtown public art, so that families, people who wanted to get out and about safely and enjoy public art were able to do that in a way that didn't require them being in close proximity to people who were not in their household. And we got so much great feedback from the fact that those sculptures had just been installed, and also the fact that there was information, including videos with the artists, with the donors, all the people that were involved. We had a grant from Texas Commission on the Arts for our cultural district. And it was supposed to have been for a festival, which of course we couldn't run in the middle of a pandemic. And so we pivoted those funds with the permission of Texas Commission on the Arts to creating an online marketplace to showcase the work of not just all the people who would have participated in that festival, but any creative across our community who wanted to be able to transact their creative output during the pandemic. So we collaborated with a number of other organizations, and we worked with a local web designer, and we had that up and running, I think, within 3 weeks or 4 weeks of lockdown. So that meant that almost immediately, particularly visual artists, craftspeople, jewelry makers, could start selling work. But also we had an ability for musicians to be able to do live streamed performances that people could make donations for or pay for. We had our theatre groups do their live stream performances on there as well. So it became a portal for people to bring arts and cultural activity online when that was the best way of doing that. We established a fund, which we called Make It Through Corona, and that captured some of the 15% of the sales from the Make It in Waco website. Then went into this fund along with private donations. And we specifically did not want to duplicate what anyone else was doing. We were not about creating emergency funds for things like rent or food and that kind of thing. This was very specifically for creatives that needed to make very quick investments in order to be able to take what they were doing online and make it COVID safe. So sometimes it was buying camera equipment that allowed them to be able to live stream performances, for example, or it was investments in buying materials so that they could put together an art exhibition that could go online but have physical pieces of art. But it allowed people to make very small investments that would allow them to take what they were doing into a COVID-safe format. And we distributed about 20 grants through this program, which does not sound like a lot, but we were often able to partner that with putting people in front of other programs that were able to help them. And then, yeah, this is distributing some of those grants, which was such a joy to do. Then we also worked with our strategic communications task force to disseminate information about COVID. We engaged a number of artists, and they got paid for doing this, and it was privately funded, but also supported by the Waco Foundation, to put a number of temporary chalk-based murals around town that would help kind of give a non-political spin on wearing face coverings and taking protective measures to protect each other during COVID. And this was something that won so much support and goodwill. A lot of businesses really wanted to have these on their walls to show that they were A, getting back into business, and B, that they were wanting to respect their customers. We also went ahead with getting music-friendly designation for Waco. And this was something that gave real hope to our music sector, our music community, at a time when it was incredibly difficult for them to do any kind of live performances. Singing, you probably know, singing was one of the highest risk activities because it projects, not to get into too much detail, but it projects particles much further than just normal speech. And originally we had planned to have a music festival to celebrate becoming a music-friendly city. We couldn't do that, but what we were able to do was to partner with News 25, with Channel 25, with Keep Waco Loud, with the Texas Music Cafe. We had sponsorship from corporations across our community, and we did a TV series that featured different live music venues and different genres of music each week. It was a weekly broadcast at the weekends. It went across the Christmas period. The Christmas special was actually the Waco Symphony. This shows the jazz and gospel episode. I was going to show you a short clip, but there are so many shenanigans involved in that I'm not going to bother. But you can see it anytime. I will send you the link. There's I think it's actually on the presentation that I emailed to everybody. There's a little link in there that just gives you a kind of a dip into that show. That show reached thousands of households. It ended up reaching in total over 50,000 households across Central Texas. And that was a real win at a time when it was impossible to do live programming. We were also able to do 2 murals with our art apprenticeship program. We worked first with the Cove last summer with a group of young teens who had been through the Cove program and had graduated and were doing an internship. And they helped, they worked with a professional artist, Julie Cervantes, who is a high school art teacher and also just a phenomenal artist, and truly understood, because of her own life journey, some of the journeys these kids had been through. And they worked together on creating this mural, which is the very first thing that people see when they go through the doors into the Cove. It was a really rich and positive project in the middle of a very dark time, especially for these teens. And then we also worked with TFNB, Your Bank for Life, and with the community in the neighborhood of the new bank in East Waco that they just opened, to do this amazing mural, which is called Tree of Life, on that wall. This was done with a group of high school students from Waco ISD, and it represents the days of the week and also the history and many points of pride for the East Waco community that and was designed by these two young artists here. This was their first really big commission. Vincent Thomas, Cade Kegaris, both of them are from Waco, both of them scholarship winners because of their artwork as students, and then they had both found themselves back in Waco because of the pandemic. So there were a number of things that came together really positively. We also were able to launch and run our professional development program. This is for new business startups in the arts and cultural sector. And they were able to launch despite the pandemic. This is the very first cohort that went through a business pitch competition with judges from Startup Waco and from TFNB, Your Bank for Life, and each of them won seed funding for their new businesses. We've actually had 12 of those businesses start up, and we've got another cohort of, actually 12 won funding, 14 started, and then we've got another cohort about to do a business pitch competition. We have just received a National Endowment for the Arts grant of $50,000 to engage a consultant to begin working on a public art master plan for our community. And that's something that we're really excited about because there are a number of really outstanding new pieces of public art that have got people fired up about what that means for our community. And so this will be a great way of broadening that conversation, inviting people to the table to think about who are our stakeholders, what do we want to commemorate looking back, what do we want to honor of what we have in Waco right now, and what do we want to aspire to looking forward. It's important because these are the things that live beyond us. These are the things that we leave behind. We are also in the final phase of conducting a feasibility study. This is actually the city of Waco that has engaged the consultants from Keene Independent to conduct this work, and we're working very closely with them. We're delighted to have Dustin on that task force. And one of the things that I want to ask going forward is to make sure that we have active participation from the county as that gets to the next phase and as that research work is being wound up. And then we also have an opportunity looking forward to be the Texas pilot for AIR Institute, which is a national organization that specializes in bringing arts and cultural startup and business initiatives to small cities and rural communities across the United States. They don't yet have a presence in Texas, and they're asking us if Waco could be their landing point in Texas. This is particularly exciting because the idea is that we would be the very first community to be able to offer that program bilingually. And that also this makes Waco a landing point for something that I think has real potential in bringing our business community and our arts community together to specifically look at entrepreneurial ways of solving local problems. It's we're just in the very early stages of that, but that really excites me that they selected Waco as being their potential landing point. So our request going forward is to renew the $55,000 that came to us last year and the year before and the year before that. We are not asking for an increase this year, but we would be very grateful for that investment in our work. And we are asking for your practical help and engagement to help us reach rural communities. One of the things that I think is a constant challenge is we can do a lot of activity and offer a lot of opportunities beyond the core of our downtown and the core of our urban area. But often it takes longer for that messaging to percolate out into our rural communities. And we would love to come up with some more creative and energetic or impactful ways of reaching our rural communities. So we would love your ideas and engagement on that. And we're delighted that Commissioner Chisholm Miller is involved in the public art master planning process, but we're hoping very much that that the commissioners will stay engaged in the feasibility process for the Performing Arts Centre and in general with the work that we are doing to look at future planning for our arts and cultural sector. And then finally, we are wanting to consider deploying some of the McLennan County block grant funds for arts and cultural organizations and initiatives across our community. And this is a very specific ask. I have asked each of our main nonprofit arts organizations that we support and our wider community, what are the specific needs that would be most tactically beneficial in terms of economic impact, recovery, and then some of the things that I think the arts have superpowers for as we look at reconnecting and regathering our community going forward. So we are asking that access to these funds for arts and cultural initiatives is shared half and half between the City of Waco and McLennan County. So these figures that I'm giving you are the aggregated figures. So $125,500 to cover lost revenue gap for nonprofit arts organizations. Specifically, that tends to be predominantly performing arts organizations, so the Waco Civic Theatre and the Symphony, for example, also to a certain extent the Arts Festival, to allow them to stabilize and relaunch their programming without being underwater financially. So that's essentially recovery of lost revenue to get them back to where they would have been this time last year if there hadn't been a pandemic. They've all accessed everything that they can in terms of recovery funds and in terms of the performing art venue operators funds, but this is the gap that remains after they have accessed the things that they are eligible for. Then $100,000 to stabilize and allow key arts leaders to be recruited, onboarded, and supported over 2 years. And that's, for example, the new CEO for the Symphony, a new CEO for the Arts Centre of Waco, which is just about to open its brand new museum facilities, and a new technical director for the Civic Theatre, and potentially a new director for the Arts Entrepreneurship Program, which is the AIR Institute program that I just mentioned. All of those would tactically be really important for being able to hit the ground running for those organizations, and for them to realize their potential, both in terms of programming, but also in terms of their own sustainable fundraising capacity going forward. It would basically allow Waco's creative sector to hit the ground running a little earlier than some other communities, and so get a head start, generating that critical mass of activity that is needed to really be a cultural destination. And then we're also looking at $100,000 for fiscal year 2021, and another $100,000 for fiscal year 2022 towards Catalyst Arts initiatives designed to address systemic inequities, stimulate economic recovery, and reconnect people across our community. That is specifically what a number of communities have chosen or are in the process of choosing to do with those funds, and that would dovetail really well with the potential landing point for the AIR Institute and the work that could be done between the business and the creative sector, essentially finding creative solutions to on-the-ground problems, as well as initiatives that are just really catalytic for both economic development, but also for reconnecting our community and creating opportunities that come from all parts of our community. So that would specifically look like $162,750 from the county for year one, and then $100,000 in year two. And then an identical request would go to City of Waco. That is what I had hoped to bring today. I'm really happy to answer any questions now or obviously over the weeks ahead. We really appreciate your engagement with what we do. We think what we do matters because the arts and cultural sector connect us in ways that are really important at this point in our nation's history and at this point in our community's growth. So we thank you for your time, for your investment, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions?
I didn't have any questions, but I did want to make a statement. I think you all did a lot with a little, especially going through the pandemic. Some of the projects that you all did, because you were still out and engaged, but safe, the bridge project, where you had the new artists to come in and kind of do their timeline on Waco history. They engage young people in a educational process that I find extremely uplifting and encouraging. And so everything in my interaction with Creative Waco, I've been impressed. And I think, again, you all did. The funding that the county gave you all for FY21, I saw it used and maximized. And so going into 22, I don't see any reason why your work would not even be at that level and then greater. And so I'm looking forward to a discussion that the court's going to have. And then, like you said, we're securing that consultant on any ARP projects. But I would just like to congratulate you and thank you for the work that you do and your board.
Thank you so much.
Other questions?
Just about the process real quickly, requesting some of the recovery funds. We will prioritize once we get a list that we've identified.
Yeah, I think that's
They're qualified for the funds. then
probably
we-
the best approach, whatever y'all think.
Yeah.
But, you know, we did get a substantial amount of money, but we have a substantial lot of requests, amount of requests too. So I think we will go through a process of prioritization. Also, taking into consideration what we would fund out of our general fund, like the 55,000 is what we've been doing there. And so, whatever the pleasure of the court is, but possibly approve that, but the other money to put it in to analyze in it, along with the other request, how that would be. What, on the request for the larger amount of money, what does a salary boost mean to stabilize and allow key art leaders to be recruited, on board, so on and so forth?
So that specifically would be each of the organizations that is wanting to make a strategic hire. It would be each of them essentially getting an equal amount from that would allow the symphony to, I know that they're looking at doing a salary stretch for being able to recruit a new executive director for the symphony, same with the Arts Center. And then the Civic Theatre would be creating a brand new position. That position is a technical director, which is something that they have not had before. But it is, this is a move towards beginning to make Waco a place of cluster expertise for the technical skill sets, which go hand in hand now with all performing arts, but tend to be make or break. And so they're looking at hiring someone at a level that would allow that person to have apprentices and to be able to use that as a training program. So all three of those, we'll be looking at $25,000 assist for each of those different positions.
So that would be 2 years funding.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So is your budget able to handle the ongoing?
Beyond 2 years. The idea is that if they are all able to recruit those positions now, that gives a 2-year lead time for them to then build up the capacity to be able to make it self-sustaining at that point. So being able to hire at that level should mean that they're able to access resources that those organizations have not been able to, partly because of constraints of timing. We're looking at a massive growth just in the potential market for performing arts in Waco. And so the underpinning philosophy is that if you can hire at the right level and get that curve, that exponential curve started early enough, then it becomes self-sustaining in the future for those organizations, because you increase the revenue that you can capture through ticket sales, as well as the sponsorship and the grants and activities that would bring in funds.
My last question is, where there's funding for 2 years towards Catalyst Arts initiatives designed to address systemic inequities, stimulate economic recovery, and reconnect people across the community. So how does dollars, I mean, a lot of this is more discussion, philosophical approach on how we work in the community and those things. So how does dollars play into that?
So that the specific route for that would be a grant-making program, which is what other communities are doing in order to do programs like this that people would apply to if they have a project or an initiative that would satisfy the requirements of that. It tends to be at the moment that the way that arts funding works, it's very, it tends to be pretty constrained in terms of artistic output. This would be more for the purpose of either economic stimulus or for things that connect the community or that are hybrid experiments between arts and business. And that's partly why we would want to partner that with the idea of the AIR Institute. The AIR Institute, this is the national organization that is looking to potentially plant in Waco. And they have a framework which provides like concentrated training over a 3-day period for people who then want to go on and do projects like this, so that there's some front-end training, then there is an application process for access to that, that grant, grants that are specifically for those purposes, and then that means that there's baked-in evaluation and accountability too through the framework that they bring.
So that's more, that's, I guess, further described in other policies or things that you...
At this point, it is, like you say, a philosophical ask, but then we're in the process of working up the nuts and bolts of what that would look like with the AIR Institute as we're...
It sounds a little squishy, you know, it needs to be...
At the moment, it is conversation stage as opposed to... I
thought talk was cheap.
You know, it costs nothing to dream, right? But the programs that they have done, I'll give you some examples of the kinds of things that's generated elsewhere in the country. So, for example, one of the rural communities that they worked in, they brought together people to prototype and think through ideas in what do you do with young people in a rural population that don't have anything constructive to do in the evening or after school. That would be a safe space, but would also be, have enough of a street cred for kids to actually want to hang out. So they actually had a youth-led coffee and art bar that they set up. It was obviously non-alcoholic, it was a coffee bar, but it became the go-to place for students to display their artwork, to perform. They had coffee there, and this became kind of the center of this rural community. But that was specifically one of these kind of catalyst projects that was trying to solve a very specific local rural problem in a way that brought together creatives and business people and was able to create this new business that actually had stakeholders among the young people they were trying to serve. And it has been incredibly successful. In the UK, we did some work like this where we had theatre people that ended up working with at-risk populations to address things like teen pregnancy and drug taking among young people, because when they were able to use theatre as a means of figuring out what the consequences of their decisions would be, that became a really good way of providing a safe space for realizing that okay, well, that's not a great decision. And so the results from that, in terms of people who did not end up going down those trajectories, was really powerful. So these are the kinds of things that come out of that sort of a process. But the nuts and bolts are not on this yet.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just a point, and this is more for the court to think about, because this particular request for ARPA has a matching request for another entity, would be what we would have to do or decide in looking at this, if the other entity chose not to do it, where would that put us, and what would we, in other words, would you be able to frame our
I would say.
answer to them
You're-
based on that
good
decision?
point. And I just briefly spoke to city manager about that, but, first of all, if they can choose to match it out of general fund or,
As we
they
can.
may do different things, but I think it does change the priority if they're less or than we are,
Well, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but,
Yeah, well, as many requests as I know, that they've got more requests than we have.
well, I'm sure.
And they've got less money than we do.
A little bit.
And so, a little bit, yeah. And, so. that'd
That's
be-
just something to think about.
Yeah. And it may be, even though we're in the budgeting process, that's why I want to deal with the operating side, the 55,000, maybe separately, because we are in the budget process. But request in the American Rescue Plan Act is not necessarily has to happen during the budgeting process.
Right.
Unless we're gonna come out of the general fund with it, and I don't see that that's what we want to do on this. And so our intention is to, as soon as we get this budget deal nailed down, is that we start in on all those projects and start prioritizing them and try to get some funding out there. I mean, the funding's not doing any good sitting in our checking account.
No.
It needs to get out into the community, and so we've got to
Do
press
some
on
good.
that. Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you all and appreciate your time today.
You're welcome.
And I may, you know about that request for the ARP before the city has those specifics, so that's the next port of call. So
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We won't call them and tell them.
Thank you.
Okay, Dustin, thank you.
We have representatives from the McLennan County Investment Fund. I believe Chris Gonzalez is.
Yeah.
So before we get to that, Judge, was this an action item on the,
On the 55, it could be. I would recommend that it.
we're gonna hold off on it, or is that something we're gonna look at now, or
Well,
what?
if anybody feels compelled to do it.
I know typically in the past, we wait and do contracted programs in one day. and
Okay.
just-
Yes,
That's fine.
we'll be hearing today, tomorrow, and then maybe on Thursday, come back to that list and y'all can give me some guidance. We'll put
Okay.
those in the proposed. and
Okay.
then, Of course, nothing until adopted, but.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yeah.
That's fine.
That would be the
All
easiest.
right, rules about masks in the courthouse. You have to have a mask on to come in here, but it's at your choice whether you want to wear one in the court, because we control the courtroom. And so, and if you need oxygen, we can get you some. And I started to tell that earlier so John could take his mask off, but Ben said, no, don't tell him. So anyhow, thank you. So if y'all want to come forward and use that microphone up there, please.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right. Has everyone on the court received our budget or our fiscal request? Do you have access to that? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Gonzalez. I'm the new executive director for the McLennan Community Investment Fund here in Waco. We want to thank Judge Felton and the members of the Commissioners Court for allowing us time to present our request for fiscal year 2022. It's an honor to be here to provide you with information you may need to help you evaluate our request. I'm happy to be joined by members of our board and advisory board, Mr. Alfred Solano and John Kennard. I have had the privilege of working closely with them and other members of our board to carefully launch and implement this important program to McLennan County. As mentioned from our previous presentation in October of last year, our board president, retired Judge Bill Vance, set forth our goal and mission to become a certified community development financial institution. He explained the benefits it would provide to McLennan County in access to allocated federal funds from the U.S. Treasury as a part of its CDFI program. These funds can be used to make loans to underserved small businesses in our area. It also allows us to provide them with extensive technical assistance and one-on-one counseling to small business owners. Business owners who need support not only with access to financing and capital, but business coaching to become more efficient, productive, and successful financially. Since joining McSIF on March 15th of this year, I've had the opportunity to go door to door and talk to many small business owners in the Waco and McLennan community. Small business owners have been through a lot over the last year and a half, and they've been grateful and engaged for outreach and technical assistance we've been able to offer them. We've had the opportunity to assist over 21 small businesses in our community, some of them that only speak Spanish. We've provided 2 small business seminars, one jointly with SBDC. We've helped small business owners with understanding SBA auto loan funding applications. We've partnered with SBDC by referring small business owners with more complex, detailed needs. Our community and small business owners have persevered through tough challenges over the last couple of years. While there are programs that are offering assistance now, McSIF aspires to be a resource for small businesses in the future. I'd like to go to our funding summary if we don't have any questions at this time.
Any questions? Proceed.
Yes, sir. So McLennan Community Investment Fund is requesting $100,000 that has 2 components. Part 1, $50,000 for community development. $10,000 of that will go to operational expenses, and $40,000 will be designated to the permanent loan fund. To date, we've done 10 loans totaling $76,000. Part 2, and this is only if we become a certified CDFI through the U.S. Treasury, is $50,000 for additional loan fund going forth in 2022. McLennan Community Investment Fund will seek certification late in 2021. Funding by McLennan County will assist the organization in continuing full operational status to lending to small businesses and providing technical assistance in that area. I'd like to answer any questions that you have of what we have set forth so far, and be glad to engage in conversation about what we're doing.
Any questions?
Comment.
Yes, sir.
Chris, I've seen that CDFI application.
Yes, sir.
I applaud y'all for being willing to take on that application.
Thank you.
And I was a little surprised in talking with Tom and the judge earlier, that there are so very few, I think, institutions in Waco, financial institutions, who are CDFI certified, which I think is a great funding opportunity for small businesses and other organizations. So I just want to say I applaud y'all's effort in that area, because it's not easy.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. There's a lot of work to be done,
Yeah.
and it's an opportunity for McLennan County for us to be able to access those funds and get those out to people that need them. And so the CDFI, they work from the ground up, right? So we go door to door, we meet people, we talk to business owners. I've had the opportunity to meet many in our area here and get their stories. I plan to tell those stories over the next few months in an article that I'll be writing for the Anchor News. But I'll be featuring small business owners and their stories and what they've been through and how what the future looks like for them.
I'd say more power to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question. You've got 10 loans out, 3 have been repaid. So what is your loan, what does the portfolio look like? What are the terms on a typical loan?
So, thank you for asking, Commissioner Perry. It starts at $500 on up, and our loans are designed for business owners that don't necessarily qualify for a bank loan. I spent 14 years as a banker. I was with Wells Fargo as their branch manager on Wooded Acres for the last 8 years. And so I saw firsthand good business owners that had a good business, but they were missing something. They were missing the financial expertise or even the basics to get a loan. And so that's where we come in. And so we offer extensive coaching before, during, and after the loan. So one loan that I recently made, there's a program where we're going to sit down each month before their payments due to talk about where they're at financially, and they welcome that. So, thank you.
Appreciate that.
I know I served on a committee that former Councilman John Kennard put together about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Out of it came the determination that a community investment fund would be beneficial, especially for an area where you all are. So when you say the 10 loans, are these businesses that are in East Waco?
One particular is just down the block, without getting specific, but yes, they are in the area. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Madam Commissioner.
You fine. Okay, do you have that demographic breakdown? Without,
I can
don't want you to identify it.
I can get that to you, ma'am. I don't have it with me at this time.
Okay, you awarded 10, how many applied?
We have 3 applications actually going at this time. We have 1 awarded.
Okay.
And so we are working with those business owners to get them to a place where we haven't turned anyone down yet.
Okay.
So what our goal is to make it a successful project for them, a successful financial endeavor for them to be able to make the payment. And that's the big thing, is can they afford the payment? And so our loan committee takes a good look at their financial situation. And so we don't want to overbear them with a loan that they can't afford to pay back. So that's where we come in helping them. So I'm working with 3 other business owners at the time to get them ready and help them to be prepared for that. And so hopefully it's a two-way street, right? So it's unilateral. We can't do it all. We can tell them and show them the way, but we need to see some progress in return. And that looks like them coming with financial statements, with a budget, a financial budget for their business and their personal finances. And that's how we determine at that point.
That's what I like about community investment fund entities, is the educational piece, because you don't expect your people to be able to walk in there and give you that in the final stage. If that was the case, you know, they would go down to community or over to Wells Fargo. So I do like the educational piece and the fact that you all expect them to need that educational assistance. So are you all located in the area? Where are y'all physically located?
Yes, ma'am. We office at Startup Waco. We're on the 2nd floor. We have a small little office. Jane Allen and I work together. And so she helps with a lot of the, she keeps things together. So we work together and we look at each loan and each client carefully. And so that's what our sole focus is on, is really focusing on them and their needs. And then I anticipate with the the feedback we've received is we're going to keep growing. And so we really look forward to being able to help other business owners in the community. Recently, we've expanded a bit to Robinson. There's a section that I think the upper half of Robinson area, we're going to be able to assist with, and we're still working on other parts of that. So we do have many opportunities to help other business owners as well.
Okay, so I want to make sure I got this right.
Mhm.
Because you said we haven't turned down anyone. So in all total, you've had 13 people apply for loans through your program?
I would say, I believe so, yes, ma'am. I don't have all the numbers. A number of those loans were made before I was with the institution and with the organization.
Okay.
And
I
so,
used to always blame the existing portfolio on the guy that always
yes,
did
sir.
that.
And I apologize, I'm not familiar with that portfolio, ma'am. I started March 15th of this year. And so the 3 applications that are outstanding at this time are the ones that I've been working with one-on-one.
Because I know there was some startup time from when you all got the desk, and I'm kind of looking past you to Alfred and
Yes,
and
ma'am.
John. I know there was some startup time of getting the designation and then getting some things going, and then finally initiating the loan. So when would you say that you, like, maybe initiated your first loan? With all the startup that you all had, and I know COVID kind of hit us.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize, I don't have that data with me.
No, that's a question.
Okay.
Okay, you're gonna get back with.
Yes, we can,
Yes, like, I mean, I have a.
Yeah.
That's what he
John
does,
Kennard.
Financial advising.
That's, my understanding is that the first 2 were made in the late fall or right at the turn of the year,
Okay.
in 2021, and then the rest have been subsequent to that, over the first few months. And then once Chris came along in March, that's when some more applications have done. And the idea being the operations would have started, their idea was for the operation to start on January 1st, and then it took a couple months to find a permanent executive director in Chris. And the activity has picked up since then.
Okay, this is my last question, I promise.
Writing that down.
Okay, because I know, and you cite in your documentation the poverty levels and the statistics on the income levels for the people that you are assisting. And so I know that's probably why you kind of looked at East Waco, looking at those statistics. But now you're branching out to Robinson. But had you looked at any of like North Waco?
ma'am, I'll tell you, my focus has been in this area exclusively. 76704, I believe, is where I've done the feet on the street, if you will, door to door, meeting business owners. And my portfolio currently is all in Waco, in these areas that are underserved. Yes, ma'am.
And there is a need for Robinson. That's not the point I'm making, and I think John knows where I'm kind of going. Remember when we counted all of the payday lending and the saturation from 15th Street to 25th Street?
And they're actually in pursuing the certification, the Clinton Community Investment Fund has an assessment area that is comprised of all the census tracts with a high poverty rate, and we can get you that map. And so it does encompass North Waco, parts of Robinson. We're evaluating, making sure we've gotten all the census tracts that are eligible to be served by this area. But there is an assessment area that we have submitted to the Treasury that shows the designated area within which we loan.
And you have to do that process every year? Because I know you did it last year. Now it looks again that you're doing another certification?
Well,
Is that
actually,
annually?
we have not been approved officially by the U.S. Treasury as a CDFI.
Do you anticipate that?
Well, we hope so, yes, sir.
I mean, is there, have you talked to other CDFIs?
Yes, and the initial, as Commissioner Smith alluded to, the thank you so much. Is this one on too? Okay. The original process that Judge Vance and Tom Chase went through was to get the initial technical assistance grant from the Treasury in the term of $125,000, which they were successful in being awarded last fall. With the expectation being they would take those funds and begin their operations, and hopefully within a year or so apply back to the Treasury for full CDFI certification. And that is the process that they're undergoing right now. I've spoken with CDFIs in other communities that have that received the same technical assistance grant, and that have done the same processes in order to get certification. I know one that is, it was a different service area in Kentucky, but they were able to get certified with 9 loans. So we are well on track in terms of the amount of activity we are generating right now within the first 6 months of this year. And your local support really helps for them to see that there is local buy-in to this process. Funds that are then, upon successful certification, unlock significant additional resources from Treasury and other sources as well. But it's we are, I believe, based on what my understanding, my financial empowerment work and the work we have done together over the past few years, and from what I know of other CDFIs and their processes, that we are on track to meet that. Again, it is determined by the Treasury, but the activity we've generated so far is in line with what others have and who have been successful in receiving that certification.
Well, I know go ahead.
Well, you asked an interesting question that lends itself to make me think. You have your targeted areas, your zip codes. Do we have rural areas that what if someone in a rural area came in and applied for a loan? Would they qualify if they don't live in your, let's say that financially they qualify, but they don't live in your targeted area? Would you entertain that?
Well, we would take a look at the loan application and guide them through the process. And right now, as it is, no, they would not be qualified for that loan. However, we could do technical assistance and guidance to them for that, but our fund is exclusively for the area.
Okay, I'm gonna let Alfred.
The urban area or just 76704?
No, sir.
Mr. Perry's question.
Yeah, go
This is they would qualify. There's a certain percentage that can be outside of the census tracts. So yes, they could. But we obviously are concerned with McLennan County and our local community that the census tracts that are primarily identified.
And we wouldn't turn anyone away. As I said, we would take a look at it, and our board and loan committee would take a look and see exactly how to deal with that application. Yes, sir.
So that's just in the urban core as defined by the census?
Right now, our census tract
2020
encompasses, it's Beverly Hills, Lacey Lakeview, Waco, part of Robinson. That's where we're at this time. Yes, sir.
Census maps.
Census tract, yes, sir.
Urban census.
That's, yes, sir, the census tract for urban
What's
areas.
the average size of the entity that y'all serve?
Under 5 business or employees, very small, very small.
And so probably these folks wouldn't normally qualify for
Right.
Traditional funding?
Right. My banking experience, we didn't do loans that were this small, 500 to 3,000. We generally didn't deal with that type of a loan for a small business owner. No, sir.
And so in your budget, there's how many employees are there for the McLennan
For
County?
McSiffy, right now it's 2.
2?
Yes, sir.
Just to kind of piggyback on Commissioner Perry, with the success of the program, do you all allow for perhaps the expansion or the inclusion of additional zip codes that would meet the economic criteria?
At this time, we haven't had that discussion at length, but I can get back to you on that, ma'am.
I guess because I am asking you to kind of look out into the distance. I'm saying, is there anything the way that it's set up that would preclude that from being something that could happen in the
No,
in the
ma'am.
future?
No, ma'am.
Only limited amount of capital you have.
That's the big factor. Yes, Judge Felton.
Well, everybody knows, especially, I know Chris knows, being in banking, John and myself, that the cost of putting a loan on a platform in these banks is so expensive that you can't do these small deals. And yet, so you leave a lot of really good people and good ideas out. This is a very small deal in our community on the big scheme of things, but I do think it's scalable, that it could grow and, as capital grows. And what I like about it is the people that are getting the loans have an opportunity to learn so much. Financial literacy is a big part And that goes a long ways. It's not just the life of this loan, but it's the life of their whole business and their, you know, how they approach liability going forward. And so it's a small deal, but, you know, we spend a lot of money on economic development, but it's not for this type. It doesn't touch this area. And I feel like we need to be there. And so it's a way for us to, through you all, to be an extension into that area that has a need like that, so.
Thank you, Judge.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, all of these, you might have heard us a while ago, that we're taking all these into consideration, and we'll act on it and let you know what we come up with.
Thank you very much again.
All right, good to see you.
I got one.
You're out of
request-
questions.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your request is double from last year, from the 50 to 100.
Yes, ma'am.
And just
One is contingent on us being approved as a CDFI. So 50,000 would be for now, and then the other 50 is if and only if we are approved as a CDFI.
And that approval sounds like it's somewhat based on demand.
Treasury approval of CDFI is based on addressing the need that you have described within your business plan. And so the need that this particular organization is focusing on is small businesses that are traditionally excluded from the traditional financial system, making those small loans for small businesses to particularly equitable for people of color. And so if you are showing progress towards achieving the plan that you have put forth to Treasury, then certification, that's how they base certification on. So if you're addressing the target market that you have identified that you are wanting to support, then that's what they look at primarily, as well as the technical assistance piece and the local support and other things that come along with that.
So that's the reason you need the seed money to make the loans, to show them that you're making the loans.
Yeah.
That's exactly
That's
right.
right. That's right.
Makes sense.
Yes, sir.
It makes
And
sense.
again, and it's not, you don't have to show just just a ridiculous amount of
Right.
activity or volume to get it. If you show that you're making progress and you're addressing the market, you're addressing the need, and you're doing what you've told them you do, they'll certify you.
I don't have any questions, but a statement, he's laughing at me. But one of the statements I can make, because John and I talked about all these payday lendings that were saturating at that time, East Waco. And I can say that the two that used to really chap me, they're gone on that Waco Drive strip. I guess I'm hoping maybe they didn't get the business and that people had another option, a better option for lending. And that's why I'm just excited of what this could look like and do to other pockets in our community. Because if you can stop people from expending so much of their income in those types of places, then their money is better spent in our economy another way. So we did lose one of those. It was right on that little strip, right before that. Anyway, it was a food place, G&J's or something, and in that little strip across from the liquor store. But it's gone, and I just hope that it's because people have a better option on lending.
May I say,
We'll go to the liquor stores later.
Commissioner Miller, I'll tell you a quick story. I have dealt with a business owner had to get a short-term small business loan online. The rates were just outrageous. Our rates, they don't go over 15%, right? And they're fixed. This was a fee on top of a fee on top of a rate. Yeah, it was, and I'll tell you, they're not regulated for small businesses. They're not. And so we want to be a safe option for those small business owners to come in and get that funding, whether it's for a trailer, wrap your truck, tools, or whatever you need. That's what our goal is.
Right. I thank you for the work that you guys are doing.
Yeah, and again, to pursue that certification, which will bring in significant funds from outside the community. Your support helps kind of prime the pump for this organization to get to the place to where we can then start leveraging federal and other foundation dollars from around the country to continue this work on a meaningful scale. So thank you so much for all your
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Thank you very
y'all.
much. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Dustin, I think you've got something you wanna bring up right quick.
Yes, sir. We've got a picture that was Commissioner Miller shared. I want to share my screen real quick. So, Commissioner, would you?
I would have had Chrissy, but I forgot to take her picture the night of the host court night party where she worked at registration table kind of coming in, and I knew she would kill me if I put the picture. I did take of her and the boys dancing, so that's the only reason we don't have Chrissy up there. But I just wanted Suzanne, LaTronda, and Chrissy to know that we saw the hard work. We might not have said it, but I snapped them the last night of the conference and just kind of want us to say, way to go, ladies.
Yeah, we had so many compliments, that I haven't even shared yet, from people from all over the state, really loving it here, and they really liked the host court night and how it went down. The entertainment was fabulous, and what was really impressive that Wes and those people out at the fairgrounds said that was the first time that they got to look at a area that was decorated, and that they saw that you could really make that place pop, and it did. And so good selection on Finley and entertainment and all of that. Food was good.
You probably didn't go out to the clubs in your young days, but remember how when they were getting ready to shut it down, they turned the lights on?
I don't know anything
Tell
about
me more
it.
about that. Let's hear about it.
What time did that happen?
Well, right, usually like about 30 minutes before they gotta shut the place down, they turn the lights on. We turned the lights on. We turned the lights on host court night, they kept on dancing. I said, Suzanne, I'm out. I said, y'all on y'all own.
So you never turn them off. That's how you handle that.
They certainly wouldn't have left if we left it
We
dark.
weren't through eating, they turned them off. It was-
Yeah, I know it.
It was well planned and well orchestrated.
Thank y'all very much. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see, we have one more presenter, I think.
Judge, we have Deborah King from Central Texas Senior Ministry, Meals on Wheels.
Oh, good. How are you doing?
I'm well. Thank you for inviting me.
You're quite welcome.
We've been very successful at keeping seniors fed for the last year, and we're very happy to be able to ask you again to help support us as we apply for a grant through the Texas Department of Agriculture, the Texas Feeding Texans program, which is specifically designed for programs like ours that consistently deliver home-delivered meals, and they just give us a little extra boost to help us get more clients. And also, you can use the money to upgrade your equipment and anything else that we might need, but we tend to focus it on meals. So in last year, we actually sent a report in March to Judge Felton as per his request with the contract that we signed with the county. And we actually used the $25,000 that you gave us to deliver 4,126 meals. That means that we were able to feed 16 people, seniors in McLennan County for an entire year. So if you think about it, we serve a lot of people, but when you think that we're giving them 260 meals every year, because we do 5 days a week, it goes along. So my ask of asking you to give us $30,000 this year would help cover the increased cost of food. If you haven't paid attention in your grocery store, it's a lot going up when I'm buying to feed almost 1,000 people every day, because we do have some other areas that we feed. I'm gonna bump that. So I'm just asking for a little bit more because that will cover the difference and give us an extra 3 people. So we'll have about 19 people that we can feed for an entire year in McLennan County. We don't just serve here in Waco, we serve the whole county. And we have a lot of clients out in rural areas, and we're able to get enough volunteers to help us get delivery to them 5 days a week.
Are you seeing an increase in requests?
Yes,
over the-
bammed.
I'm curious to say the last 3 or 4 years, what's the increase like?
I've been working at Meals on Wheels for 6 years, and when I became executive director, we were getting trickles in, and as soon as COVID hit, we were slammed. And just before, during that time, we had 150 people on the wait list, but since then, we've had wait lists close to 200. Right now, we've got it whittled down to under 100, about 80 it's running, and we had 3 people show up at our doorstep yesterday and want to get meals. So one of the things that we're looking at, and anyone in this area could be helpful, is that we think we should put in a senior center over near where like in the Belmead area where we have a lot of the hotels, because we're having volunteers deliver there, but those routes are getting so busy because there's so much demand there, and we think there's people over there that could get to a senior center if it was close enough. Because right now in McLennan County, the 3 Waco ones are Harrison Center down by the Expo, Sol Ross, and then we've used the Dewey Center, which is close to our office, and but we really need somewhere else. I think the growing population of seniors, based on our phone calls, is over in the Tri-Cities area. And we're seriously considering trying to find some people to help us get one started there. It's much better to get out and socialize if you have the ability, and that is definitely a positive thing. The ones here in Waco, and then we have one in McGregor as well. And the McGregor one's keeping very, very busy, and they have that little senior center that they use that's right on 2nd Street, and we have a good turnout there. We're delivering meals from there to Homebound, and then we also have the senior center open. And we just opened the senior centers in June. We'd not been able to feel comfortable opening them prior to that. But the only one that's not open is Dewey, and that's because the city of Waco hasn't hired someone to cover that. And they said they wanted to get through the summer because they have a very active children's program there this summer, and then start up the senior center in September.
Good, good. Any questions?
The 1,000 meals served a week, are those?
No, that's every day.
I'm sorry, 5,000 a week.
Yeah.
But does that count those at the senior centers?
Yes.
Okay, that's not just all in delivering to a
No,
household?
that
Okay.
concludes everything. But the senior center meals right now, I think a lot of people are still uncomfortable getting out of their house, so the numbers are lower than they were when we stopped on March 13 of 2020 was the last time we'd been open. And one of our, the senior center director from Sol Ross did pass away in October from COVID causes, and that made us all very sad. But otherwise, they came back, and we had a grand opening at the Harrison Center for both sites, and Slovaceks from West brought us free food, and Brady came and did his weather announcements from there that morning. So it was very popular for the seniors to come out.
Okay. Good deal.
All
Well,
right.
we appreciate your presentation, and we'll take it under consideration and let you know what we do.
All right, so we're going to have another wild game dinner in October, so just take one. This is our information about it and links to where you could sign up and come out to the Olson Ranch if you'd like to. And if any of you ever want to go on a ride along and see how we deliver meals, I think a lot of us drive around Waco and we think everybody lives close to the way we do. And if you get in a car and you go to a house and you go inside, it just melts your heart and you realize how important it is to keep fighting to fight for funds so we can feed all the seniors in McLennan County that really need it.
I've been on that ride along.
Good for you.
My first, I went about 5-6 years ago.
Yep.
Good.
You want these back? You got
Sure.
some extras?
If you have extra, okay.
I just want to understand, okay, the 5,000 additional from 25 to 30, you said will help you feed an additional 19 people?
No, 3 for a whole year.
Three additional people counting, well, 3 people for the rest of the year.
It's expensive to feed people.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, yeah, it's a lot, and we get money through the Heart of Texas Council of Governments, the AAA, and, but they just barely pay for half. Usually it's just right under that. And then we fundraise for the rest and then get funding from the counties, and then the Texas Department of Agriculture funding helps us too.
How many meals a day are you all giving them?
We give them 1 meal a day. Now we do, and there's a couple of counties that, in Marlin and other that are outside of McLennan County, because it's such a drive, we give them a hot and a frozen on Monday and Wednesday, and then they get another hot on Friday. But the ones in McLennan County, we have enough people, we're doing that. And if they're really off the beaten track, we give them a box of frozen meals once a week. So we try to not spend a lot of money in gas if we can help it, delivering.
In the
That's why
pack,
this-
oh, excuse me. go ahead.
That's why the senior citizens, the
Yeah,
senior centers.
Right, the
That's a
senior
really-
centers, people need to come to a senior center and socialize. It's why they were designed. It was really, when they first designed it in the 60s, they felt like people would come to the senior centers and not be at home. But what we're finding is fewer seniors really want to go to the senior center, but there's a lot of seniors getting sick enough that they need to be fed at home because they don't have the ability to move around well to
Right.
get out to a senior center. So it's kind of shifting, and the House and Senate have been working on some modifications to that bill so we can mix those funds just a little bit.
My aunt in New Essex County is 98 years old, and she called me like she thinks I'm friends with the governor. To tell him to lift the deal because they dance every Thursday night. And they need that dancing.
Yep.
Okay, there's a resolution, there's a copy of a resolution in here.
Yeah.
This is something you'd like for us to,
To sign?
yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'll have to send that back to the
How quick?
Texas Department of Agriculture. I don't really need it till the end of August.
Okay, Regulus.
want to do the contract, that's part of the paperwork.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're recording? Okay. All right, calling court back in session, it's 3:02. We have Chris Collins here is gonna give a, additional report, and then, we'll go into executive session after that for a few minutes. All right, so Chris?
Hello. Thank you for having me back this afternoon. I appreciate it. What you have before you is our budget request items for the upcoming fiscal year for Economic Development Corporation, the Spaceport Development Corporation, and then the services provided through the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce. So I thought I would just run through our a little bit of a reminder about economic development and the things that we do, but ultimately our goals are to help create jobs, and at the end of it, through the attraction of capital investment and talent and development into the community, to help create prosperity for our citizens. And we do that, the main tool in our toolbox related to that is the Waco-McLennan County Economic Development Corporation. It was founded in 1997. It's authorized through Chapter 380 and 381 of the Local Government Code in a partnership with the City of Waco and McLennan County. And it is the only organization of its type in the state of Texas that is structured this way.
Why is that?
That is because most communities participate in the economic development sales tax, where they contribute a portion of their sales tax specifically for economic development. When the Economic Development Corporation, when WEDMEC was formed in 1997, City of Waco had already maxed out on its sales tax dollars or sales tax percentage at that 1.5%. The county was at 0.5%. So there was no room to accommodate additional dollars into economic development through sales tax. We have looked at what it would take to go through and adopt the ED sales tax.
You have to have a vote.
You have to have two votes. You
Yeah.
have to have a vote to reduce the sales tax down, and you have to have a second vote to allocate that portion of sales tax into economic development. So there's risk involved with it. But I also think that it has helped strengthen our position in economic development above other places. And if you were at our mid-year luncheon today, you might have heard that some of the comments about the way that the community was perceived by the businesses that have decided to choose Waco and Greater Waco for their homes, the partnership that they felt with amongst citizens, amongst community leaders, that's not something that is the standard in all communities. And I think that helps set us apart, and it helps us, you can call it forced partnership if you want to, but it does make people have to work together for the greater good of the community. And it creates some challenges for us at times when it comes to funding, not having an allocated set of dollars. But overall, I can probably say on, counting on my hand how many times we've lost a deal by not having enough money available to us. So, there's usually some other factor besides money that is eliminating our community from consideration. But that long answer to a short question, my apologies.
All right.
We use this tool in a variety of different ways, predominantly to help increase jobs in the community, diversify our economy so that we're not dependent on one particular industry sector. And I think that has really benefited us, especially during the 2020 pandemic, where we didn't see near the drops that other places saw. We ended up having, a record year when it came to economic development projects announced, and that new investment coming in 2021 and we coming in 2022. And we were the first community in the state of Texas to achieve pre-pandemic levels. So we were the first recovered metropolitan statistical area in the state to make that, to hit that end achievement. So
And that should have been bigger news, but it's great news. It's great news, that's for sure.
When we look at where we are from a funding perspective, we've grown the fund to last year's contribution between the city and the county was $5.5 million. We do again compete with Type A and Type B sales tax communities, And then, if you'll recall, we did make some adjustments to the minimum wage requirements last year, bringing that minimum wage to $15 an hour requirement and an overall average wage of $17.50 an hour for all jobs that are included in that incentivized package. You do have to provide health insurance benefits, or the companies do have to provide health insurance benefits, and then there is the residency requirement between McLennan and Waco. So 80% of the jobs need to reside in McLennan County, and half of those, or 40%, need to reside in the city of Waco. And we do target a 20% annual ROI with a 5-year payback period, too. Slide over to the next one for me. Thank you. When we look at where we are from a projects perspective, we have a lot of activity in our pipeline right now. And we've talked about some of those recently. And we have been able to use this tool as a regional tool to help attract investment in Waco, but all across McLennan County. And I think that's been very helpful to us in helping to elevate opportunities for all. And whether it's a rural community that has not historically had a strong tax base and it's been very residential dependent, to the larger metro areas that face some challenges that others don't face. So it's been a great way for us to help bring new investment all across McLennan County, which ultimately helps all the citizens of this area. When you see where we are on the most active projects too, I think it's just important to show, we have a lot of projects that are to be announced. We have a number of projects that we are the finalist community under consideration. And then we are still a community that is getting a lot of looks when it comes to businesses looking. Texas is still very attractive when it comes to capital investment, and we feel like we're going to be a strong beneficiary of that for years to come. I mentioned before, on the next slide, please, that we,
Chris,
yeah,
go
yes, sir.
back. And just bring me up to date, I apologize. What does type mean when it says industry,
Is it
manufacturing, type attraction?
Right. Is it a new business interested in the community, or is it an expansion of an existing company? So you can think it's, are they already here? That would be an expansion, or if they're new to the community, that would be an attraction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I mentioned before that we do compete with those type A and type B economic development corporations across the state. And this just gives you an idea of where we are in our funding versus other communities. And overall, the average is $16.1 million in annual revenue. And I did a comparison to see where that is in comparison to 2019 in their revenues. And overall, it's up about 4% from where they were. So those communities are bringing in dollars. Those dollars are being used in a variety of different ways. Depending on if they're a type A or type B, there's restrictions about what they can and can't use those dollars for. But we for a community our size, our average is still, or our annual contribution is still below the average there. We'll hop over to the next one. But we've been, and through y'all's generosity and the generosity of the city in looking at this as an investment, really have made strong strides in growing where we were to where we are now in our economic development funds available. So we started with increasing those numbers. We were very stagnant from 2007 to 2015, and then starting in 2016, growing that number collectively $500,000 a year has really brought us up in our ability to compete and have a good amount of funds available when it's needed. We'll slide over. So as of today, we've supported 73 completed and active projects through the Economic Development Corporation. We have $49 million worth of approved grants that have been done over since 1997. We've leveraged over $888 million in private industrial capital investment through those dollars. And when we look at that, we've leveraged for every dollar that the community has put in through the Economic Development Corporation, we've leveraged almost $1850 a year in private corporate investment into this. We've made some large investments in new businesses over the past few years, but I think that that's also reflective of the fact that economic development is getting more competitive. And so we've had to ante up and be at the table in order to bring those businesses into the marketplace. When we look at where the fund is now, we're sitting at about $5.1 million fund balance. That's not on this slide. But we have a large number of projects, again, in the pipeline. And when you think about the potential for additional investments moving forward, we know that there's probably about $4.25 million in asks that are likely to come to the Economic Development Corporation in the city and the county in the very near future. And that would bring us down to less than $900,000 available in funds to commit to projects. So, we always want to know, have we done our job? And if you look back to 1997 and where the tax base for McLennan County was versus where we are now, you can see that the investments, even when you take the time value of money and all those things and calculate it in, we've made significant improvements and growth into the net taxable base for McLennan County. I think they would say the same thing for the city of Waco, where majority of the projects have landed, and quite frankly, that's because that's where the majority of the land is ready and able to be developed quickly for projects. So I would say yes, we've done our job. As y'all are thinking about what does next year look like, I would just say that we do have some opportunities on the table that are going to further require commitments through the Economic Development Corporation, and continued growth in the fund is going to be important. Making sure that we have access to dollars when the opportunity presents itself is very important too, and we'll be ready for it. But we were working on a really large project earlier this year that would have been the largest in a commitment by the Economic Development Corporation in the city and the county ever in an incentive deal. And quite honestly, we didn't have all the funds available for it. It would have required both the city and the county going and finding contingency dollars to make that work, or going into reserves to make it work, and certainly appreciate the consideration of both organizations and their willingness to do that. But if you think about like an Amarillo that is bringing in somewhere between $15 and $20 million a year into their economic development fund, at the rate of funding that we're at now, you're talking about 3+ years in funding with no additional projects to get to that level, and to have a reserve. You like to operate on a reserve just in case, and the fund needs to have some reserves in it just in case too. And so I would just say we're probably in a position where we definitely need to do an increase, but it might be the time to think about doing a higher increase than just the $250,000 a year. I would answer any questions that y'all might have.
Any questions?
So your reserve fund,
Can you go back
does that,
Go back for me.
does that, that doesn't take into effect the funding for 2022? So it's just a snapshot of right now, correct?
Correct.
So there's going to be,
So we're sitting at, right now, in uncommitted funds, we're at $5.1 million in uncommitted funds.
and there will be another probably $6 million Correct. Added.
Yeah, but we have 4.25 million in additional asks that we think are coming soon.
So that would be a $2 million.
So it would bring us,
Under $1 million that we'd have left.
based off of current dollars, not accounting for what might be added in the fiscal year '22, you would be looking at less than $900,000 in funds available to commit. If the city and the county contribute again and we bump up from 5.5 to 6 million, then we would be just under $7 million in funds available. But I can tell you that we've had some very large projects that have looked at this community recently that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars in new capital investment that would come in, and hundreds of jobs associated with them as well. And, you have communities that are putting things on the table, like free land, and they will bond out and build a building for you. And we're just trying to figure out how we can be competitive and use the fund to the best of our ability, but there are limitations to what we can and can't do
So
with
the
it.
sales tax communities are bonding against that.
Because
those
they have a
sales-
dedicated revenue source.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can't even.
No,
hang on.
so we're more aggressive in other areas.
We can't compete with that amount of, the ability to fund those.
Leverage, yeah.
We don't have that leverage.
Correct.
And that was because of the decisions made in
Correct.
97.
So then that means,
Actually, before 97, right, when we became a sales tax, but in 97, that option, whenever WebMec was created, that option wasn't available because the
So the city had already.
right, in the 80s, when the ED sales tax was introduced, Waco was already maxed out, so they just didn't pursue it.
Right.
And so that's where the importance of partnerships with groups like the Waco Industrial Foundation become very instrumental in how we can be creative and use the resources and assets that we have within the community. And quite frankly, it's not always about the biggest check on the table, but sometimes there are things that a company just doesn't feel they should pay for, such as infrastructure. They feel like that should already be there, or that's an improvement that's not only going to benefit them, it'll benefit someone else, and that should be something that the public pays for rather than them.
Utility infrastructure.
Correct. So those are some of the things that we bump up against sometimes, and having resources within the EDC fund make it possible for us to come up with creative solutions to some of those challenges.
But you don't have the leverage that the sales tax communities.
Correct. We don't. But we still have, we have resources that they don't have. We have a fantastic technical college that not a lot of places have. We have access, and we have location that not everybody can say that they have. So there are things that, there are some things that we win on and some things that we don't, but at the end of the day, we still stack up pretty well when in
I'm not
comparison.
saying that we
Yeah,
don't.
but-
I'm just talking.
Yeah, straight.
dollar-wise.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Our risk really for sustainable fund is political. In other words, you have a big change in either the council or the commissioner's court, things like that, then all of a sudden, things that you would think, we've always supported, all of a sudden, different priorities hit. So that's one of our biggest risks. Where if you're leveraging the income streams and issuing debt, that's there. So it's not a lot of political discussion, but I think, that's our biggest risk.
Chris, maybe I misunderstood, but the cities that use sales tax or portion of sales tax revenue for economic development, did you say they leverage bonds?
They can.
So they can actually leverage bonds and commit the sales tax?
Correct.
Because it's
Because it's a dedicated revenue
fund,
stream.
Then they
Yes.
can go out with millions of dollars.
Yeah,
in bonds.
can you slide back a couple of slides
Wow.
to that?
Wow.
If you, right there, so go. One more. So you see Frisco?
Yes, I was looking at,
Yep.
that's how they did it, huh?
That's how they do,
They took
do
their sales
theirs.
tax, which is probably a large number anyhow,
Huge.
and sold bonds.
Yep.
Don't they have a lot of distribution centers and stuff?
Frisco's used some of those dollars to build out new infrastructure. I mean, they have a large push for technology jobs and for professional service jobs, and so they've used some of those dollars to help build new office buildings. They've done some creative things with those, but
That's what I've read in the Dallas paper. What communities then are like us that don't use
that don't use the
have
EV
an
sales tax?
A and B? I would assume Temple.
Temple does not have one.
What is, so,
All of these communities are either a type A or a type B. There are over 700 communities in the state of Texas that are using the sales tax.
okay. So there's a lot less that don't. So there's, how many economic development corporations are there in the state?
There's over 700.
Over 700?
Is there anybody else like us? I guess
Is there
No.
anybody else like
We're
us?
the only
Are we
There's
the only
not-
one that are funding economic development out of general fund?
The only one that the city and the county are partnering together.
So yeah,
fund
like, so Belton, do they get any contribution?
From their county?
From
No.
the county?
No, that is just, they've allocated, I think, 1/4% of their sales tax specifically into economic development.
And so Temple's just on their own? Just, they don't
Correct.
even, do they even have an economic development?
They do. They
corporation?
have an economic development corporation, and what they do is they've created a very large reinvestment zone over the city.
Okay.
And so that has allowed them to take some of that incremental increase and use it to leverage for various incentives.
So there's these large distribution centers going in like DeSoto, Burleson, along I-35 there. Were those, which I kind of felt like that, we would, I mean, how were those incentivized?
I can't speak directly to what every
Or
one
were
of
they
those
just
deals have
privately
been.
built?
Some of them, some of them are speculative development.
Yeah.
And so, whether they used EDC dollars for that, I don't know. They could have used it to help bring infrastructure to it. So if they needed to extend a road or a gas line or a water line, they could have used
I mean,
dollars for that.
You've seen it going up
Yeah.
as you drive to Dallas.
Yeah.
They're-
Burleson, unbelievable.
Uh-huh.
They're,
Millions of square feet.
millions of square feet, and I would say that they might have done some type of a tax abatement or something to help.
And what are those are kind of on the lower end of the employment. I mean, aren't they? I mean, that's.
On the distribution side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, warehouse jobs are
Not as good as
usually,
manufacturing.
no. The multiplier effect for distribution is not as strong as it is for manufacturing.
Any other questions or comments?
So no one else.
We're not aware of anybody else in the state of Texas that has the partnership that
Partnership.
Waco and McLennan County have. So we always say that Texas does it differently when it comes to economic development, and we do it even more different.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to
This
talk
time-
through our chamber?
Do what?
Our chamber request and the Spaceport Development
Yeah, I'm
Corporation?
sorry, go ahead. Just tell me when you want to go into executive session.
Okay. We work with y'all on an annual basis and provide contractual services to the county, and we do the same with the city for the delivery of economic development. We do that through our business development, which was a little bit different in 2020, just because the world was in a different place, but we do that internationally and domestically. We have our strong business retention program. We do employer recognition, and this year we'll have a corporate appreciation event that we will do. We do a lot of market analysis and marketing of the community, and we get a lot of requests for that, and we have tools that we invest in order to make that easily accessible, because what we hear from site selectors is they will look at us electronically before they even talk to us. over the phone or through an email or making some type of communication. We still have a strong push on entrepreneurship in our small business assistance. We're working as an organization to ensure that there are lots of resources available, and then we are connecting small businesses to the variety of resources that are continuing to grow in the community. And then the big thing that we were going to be pushing is talent and workforce development. That is essential for our new employers coming into the community, and it's also essential for existing businesses to have a strong workforce that they can choose from. And the partnerships that we have with our education providers, the partnerships that we have with groups like Prosper Waco, we're working hard to ensure that we're out there creating jobs. We need to make sure that the people have the skills to get into them, and that's the biggest piece of what we'll be working on for the coming year, in addition to the regular economic development work that we do. But really focusing on how do we retain the talented individuals that are coming out of our higher education institutions. We know that there's a growing desire amongst Baylor, MCC, and TSTC students to stay here. So we need to make sure that we're bridging the gap between employers and students through internships, through job fairs, however we can do that. And that we are also, we know that Waco is, in this region, is very attractive to people in general from other parts of the country. And so we have some ideas that we want to implement that are very targeted in how do we help, as they're looking at Texas, or maybe they're from Texas, how do we help bring them home? And so there are lots of things that go along with that, and I won't dive too deep into it, knowing that y'all have had a long day, but it's an area of focus that we know is very important to our existing employers and to new businesses coming into the area. And then the last thing that I'll mention is our Spaceport Development Corporation. So we serve as the staff for the McLennan County Spaceport Development Corporation, which we formed in 2016. And we did that as a mechanism to help attract dollars through the Spaceport Trust Fund that the governor funds. Those dollars were not approved in the last legislative session for an additional allotment of grant funding. So we still have our existing grant that we did with SpaceX. Those funds have been fully exhausted out of our grant allocation. So we're now just in maintaining annual reporting required for that. We still have to meet on a quarterly basis in order to maintain the active status of the Spaceport Development Corporation. But given the level of activity that's happening in the commercial space world, we still think that leveraging the Spaceport Development Corporation to help attract more commercial space business into our community is something that we can do. When we would do that in partnership with our Greater Waco Aviation Alliance, we would participate in SpaceCom, which is a very large annual gathering of commercial space companies. Participate in our National Business Aviation Association, fly in there. The Chamber of Commerce does, in normal times, in 2022, we'll do a DC fly-in, and we will connect with the FAA while we're there. So the advocacy within the Spaceport Development Corporation to ensure that the FAA is helping our aviation and aerospace companies and making dollars available to help grow that industry here. And then we have a seat that we will be filling on the Governor's Aviation and Aerospace Advisory Committee. That group meets regularly in Austin, and so covering the travel expenses of our representative there. And then if something else comes up throughout the year, just having some contingency dollars. So our request for the year will be $12,500 to fund the Spaceport Development Corporation. And I would just note that Terry Stevens was our chair. He recently passed away, and so we'll be filling that position and welcome any recommendations from the Commissioner's Court on who might serve on that board. That's all I have.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Any questions on that? Okay. This time, I'd like to go,
So I have a question. What is the WebMec? What's the proposal for WebMec?
If I had my wish list, I would really love for us to get to $4 million collect between this, for each entity to put in $4 million for the coming year. We would be at $3 million if we were to continue on the additional 250,000 from each entity, as we had been on that trajectory. But I think that if there's an opportunity to do a jump, just because of where we are and being able to seize the opportunities that come before us, I think that would be most beneficial.
So that's $1,250,000 increase.
It is.
any other questions or comments? Hearing none, under section 551.087 of the government code, I'd like to go into executive session regarding economic development negotiations. It'd be the Commissioners Court, Chris Collins with the Chamber, and Dustin Chapman to remain in the session. It is it is 3:56. Let's call court back into session. Let's see, we want to go back to, what other agenda items do we need to cover, Dustin, that, before we go back to budget talks? Anything else?
Judge, we can, if we want to try to knock out some of the agenda, since when we come back tomorrow at 1:30, we have some people lined up again, so it's really whatever the preference of the court is.
Well, let's do that. Get the agenda worked on.
All right.
Francis, with you,
Oh, yes, that's great. Thank you.
okay?
All right, moving back to the consent agenda, under item E3, Human Resources, under E3A is a matter for Human Resources. And this was requested by the court last time to put E3A and E3B on. These were to discuss the salaries for the Human Resources Director under E3A and under E3B for Health Services Director.
Okay, is there any other information anybody needs before we?
Yeah, I think we
I think we pretty much
agreed,
hashed it
yeah.
out.
Dustin, the number on E3A is it's 84,000? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I would make a motion then at this time that we increase the Human Resources Director's salary to 84,000. That would be effective on the next payroll. Francis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right, E3B is Health Services.
I believe that amount was what, 85,000,
No,
Dustin?
86,
What you got?
86,142, is that right?
I think we matched.
86,142 is the budgeted amount.
Okay.
We can, it's
Okay.
court's decision.
Is
You're
that what
right.
you want to do?
That's the budget max, so you can go to the number we were talking about.
Okay. Then I would make the motion that we would raise the salary for the Director of Health Services to 85,000 effective on the next payroll cycle.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Good.
All right, under item E3C, authorization of corrections to departmental incentive pay requests, including incentive pay budget consolidation request and late submission participation request. Anna?
Thank you, Justin. Good afternoon to the court, and thank you for the last agenda item. I really appreciate that. So related to this item, we are in the process of entering all of the actions related to the incentive pay list that was approved on June 29th. In this process, the auditor's office helps us audit the list. And in that process, 2 items were discovered, and that is one that we did have one department that submitted their evaluations late. I originally reported in the review that there were no late submissions, so that would require the court to approve accepting those late evaluations so that the department can participate in the incentive pay program as outlined in the list that was already presented. And then also we have the tax office that has their budgets. Typically in previous years, we consolidated those budgets, and we just didn't bring forth that request to do that again this year. And so I'm bringing that forward so the court can review that and determine if they want to do that again this year. So I'm requesting the court's approval of accepting the late submissions for evaluations for the Justice of the Peace 1, Police 2, and also requesting consolidation of the tax office's budget as it relates to the incentive pay list.
Any questions?
No, and I think in the information she sent out that we have in the past had late submissions, but we've always included them.
Right.
So,
I'd make a motion to accept the recommendation from the HR director.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
And sorry to jump around one more time, but if we could go to item N4, selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY22 budget. And we need a motion to accept these members of the Salary Grievance Committee, and then we can actually get these letters mailed out this afternoon.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, moving back up to item F1, F budget, F1s regarding the FY21 budget. Francis?
Yes, so these are 2021 budget amendments, starting with F1A. This is the budget amendment in the general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 1. Moving from the contingencies in their department to the repair and maintenance line item to cover expenses for the remainder of the year. F1B, this is general fund for the Heart of Texas Fairgrounds Repair and Maintenance Department. This budget amendment is requested to come from the countywide general fund contingencies, and it's to cover invoices that you have approved on past agendas. F1C, this is general fund for the DPS department. Just a small increase is needed to cover some shipping costs that's related to the Stalker radar units that you approved to purchase through their furniture and equipment line item. F1D, this is general fund for JP2. It's requested to increase, the budget amendment is requested to increase lines within their department from other lines within their department. And this isn't, this will allow them to go ahead and pre-order their IT recommendations for the next year. F1E, this is general fund JP3. And this budget amendment is moving within their department to increase supplies and other services and charges for their monthly postage rental for their machine. F1F, this is general fund maintenance of buildings. They're requesting to increase their repair and maintenance line item just due to larger maintenance items that have come up during the year. They also need to increase supplies. And then their janitorial services line item for additional cleaning at JP3. They're able to move within their department a little over $20,000, but the remainder of the request would come from the countywide contingencies line. F1G, this is general fund for the Highway 6 jail. They're requesting to move from other line items in their departments into the protective clothing line item. And this is to replace expired body armor. F1H, this is general fund capital outlay. This budget amendment will allow the sheriff's office to purchase they're going to go ahead and purchase the 4 night vision binocular systems that they originally had in their 2022 request. And they've been able to find those funds within other line items in the sheriff's office budget. F1I, this is general fund for the health services department. That department is requesting to move from another line item within their budget to increase supplies, furniture and equipment, and other services and charges. The supplies is for outreach supplies. The furniture and equipment increase will allow them to pre-order their IT assessments for next year. And then other services and charges is due to advertisement on the Waco buses. F1J, this is a budget amendment that is needed for the renovation of the grand jury or the 5th floor space for the new county court at law. It's a combination of permanent improvement and operating expenses or general fund expenses. So there's a portion there that'll come out of our permanent improvement fund, and then the portion for the furniture and equipment, and then some other services and charges related to the project will come out of the general fund. And both of those items are coming from contingencies in each of those funds. F1K, this is general fund for Road and Bridge 2. They are requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment for a component that's needed for their dump truck. F1L, this is general fund for Constable 2, and they are requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment, just for additional costs for the remainder of the year. I don't have a detail there, but they're moving from another line item within their department.
Okay, any questions about any of those? Is there a motion to approve F1A through F1L?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Would there need to be a motion too for, what is that, F1I, or what went with it? H7 went with one of those, didn't it?
Oh, there is another item, yes, H7 is a software license agreement.
That was contingent
For
upon-
health services.
That went with F1I, didn't it?
Yes, so if we come down to H7 and y'all decide not to approve that for some reason, we can always jump back to that budget amendment.
Okay.
Do y'all want to go to it right now, Judge?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
H7 is authorization of agreement with InPlug regarding a digital display software license for health services. I'd like to call on Lisa or Heather.
Hello, this is Lisa. I can take this. So this agreement is as Dustin was saying, we are looking at utilizing a new digital display software, and there is a user agreement associated with this. Our office has looked at a number of softwares, and this was the one that we found to be most user-friendly for our offices, and the agreement has been reviewed by legal and modified to their satisfaction. For this particular office, the licensing would be $1,755 annually. This, let's see, I think only a portion of this is recurring. I think it was $1,566. Let me get that document back up. I apologize for not having that already.
Yep.
It is, let's look through this agreement real quick.
Sorry, Lisa, I don't have it in front of me either. I'm actually sitting in my car doing Commissioner's Court because of the construction noise. It's so loud.
Okay, I found it. Okay,
Okay.
so the overall cost includes a one-time fee of $169 with shipping of $20, leaving us a remainder of $1,566 that will be a recurring charge annually.
Okay, any questions?
Is this what are we gonna do this with all the digital displays?
Yes, some of the offices are looking at utilizing this. The HR office has also had an interest in this. It gives them a lot more functionality with the information they're trying to communicate to the public, as opposed to, just a running PowerPoint. They're able to have a lot more flexibility and functionality. As far as I know, I think these are the only two offices that are interested at this time.
And I know Carrie was looking into it as well in advance. And the way I understand it is even the stuff that we're posting on social media, it's automatically going to get connected and streamed through. So there's not going to be a redundancy of things. So if we're posting things on social media, they're going to be linked in and included in our lobby display as well.
And the licensing agreement covers all the different departments that might want to use it?
I would think so. The court, the individual departments cannot go into an agreement on behalf of the county. So I think we would probably just need this one agreement. And then as other offices are interested, they would just need to pay for their portion of licensing.
Right, okay.
All right. What's pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yeah, H7.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Item F1N, authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoice. This is an invoice totaling $270, and it's for a claim associated with Renardo Walker. This was a injury incident at the jail.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Francis, are we good holding the rest to F2A until tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. F2B, McLennan County Juvenile Probation, Juvenile Detention, and Juvenile Interim Home recording of FY22 budgets. Francis?
Yes, so this is, just like Dustin said, the juvenile local fund budget for 2022. It was approved by the juvenile board on June 22nd. So it comes to you for recording. Of course, to fund that budget, it does require a transfer from the general fund, which we have looked at already. But again, this is on there for recording. There is one thing that they do put in an amount, an estimate for COLA, and they do also add incentive pay. But whatever you decide for the rest of the county employees, that's what they will mirror. They will mirror those
adjust,
decisions.
that,
Yes, so
if
we will
it's
make sure
different.
that matches
Okay.
with your decisions that will come later.
All right. So I guess we, unless there's other questions, we could approve this for recording purposes,
Yes.
subject to modification of incentive pay and COLA, if we make an adjustment that would mirror or match ours.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'll make that motion, so everybody has to try to digest it. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G2 is authorization regarding renewal of RFP 19-024, licensed peace officers for security on county properties. Texas One Security doing business as Texas Star Security. Ken?
Yes, we checked with the sheriff's office, and they would like to continue this contract. This original contract was from September 30th, 2019 through September 29th, 2020. They would like to continue, Texas Star would like to continue their agreement at no change in pricing. Licensed peace officers are $13.31 an hour, and overtime at $19.97 per hour. If approved, the contract would be in effect from 9/30/21 to 9/29/22.
Okay. All right. Any, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second to approve G2. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item H, contracts and local agreements, H1 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with City of Lorena for road work. Commissioner Smith?
Just a good old interlocal to do some work for the city of Lorena they'd like us to do, so straight up.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of cooperative agreement with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services for the county extension program. This is where the county agrees to allocate funds to go towards salaries. We also provide adequate office space for the program, and this agreement has been reviewed by us. It's also, I believe, the standard agreement used that Jim Allison has helped AgriLife prepare, and the term of the agreement is for 5 years.
Okay, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Waco for hotel occupancy tax collection services. As the court probably remembers, we have entered into an interlocal previously with the city for the collection of those hotel occupancy taxes. And we have the 2% hotel occupancy tax in support of the venue project. And Francis can help me with this part, but we are billed monthly per transaction. I believe it's $9 for filings inside city limits, and then $11 for filings that are in the unincorporated areas of the county. But we've been very happy with this arrangement. And I know Frances deals with it much more than I do, so she can add her input if she'd like.
Yes, and I think, I think the city has found a company that can give us the same service and the same reports that we're getting, but for a lower fee. And so,
Yes, sir.
Question.
yes, sir.
Why, if it's a third-party vendor, do they care if it's inside or outside the city versus charging $9 and $11?
So,
If it's a third-party vendor, what difference does it make to them?
So I believe the way,
they're not.
sorry, go ahead, Frances.
Oh, no, I was saying the city is getting billed too, so I wonder if it's that, for what they're collecting for the city. So I wonder if it has something to do with a combined rate, that they are not the ones that are outside the city of Waco city limits, but within the county. That's just what we're collecting, not the city. Do you think, Dustin, that
Yes,
probably
it
shouldn't make assumptions, but
I believe it had something to do with the way they had to be set up separately, and where the counties, our 2% applies to all hotels, and where those inside the city limits may have the additional occupancy tax from the city of Waco or another city as well. So there was some differentiation, Commissioner. I know I have some notes on that, so I'd be happy to look and provide that to you, though.
Yeah, I'd appreciate, it just didn't make sense to me if it's a third-party vendor that doesn't, why they would charge a different price.
Dustin, could you, if we hold that, bring it back tomorrow, look at it?
Sure, yes, sir. Definitely.
Thank you. We'll hold.
Okay. All right. Dropping down to H6 is authorization of order form subscription with Thompson Reuters. This is Westlaw reference material for the 19th District Court. And this is a subscription for reference material for Judge West totaling $656, 840 cents per month. And the term of this agreement is 3 years, and it does have an increase of 5% per year built in.
All right, any questions on that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item J, capital improvement and construction projects, J1's regarding ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, bid 21-003, agreement with HCS Incorporated, commercial general contractor, authorization of payment application number 2. Ken?
Yes, sir. If you'll recall, the total amount of that contract was $624,700. Again, this is their second one, includes some mobilization and stuff like that. They have a total of $71,565.87 that they're requesting. I believe TJ's taken a look at this, and Gerald Vickers has signed off from CPNY, so this should be good to go.
Okay, any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
Have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under grants and grant proposals, we'll continue to hold L1, and we'll have more American Rescue Plan requests tomorrow.
Okay.
Under L2, regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program, L2A is authorization of reimbursement request reports from the City of Waco. In your packet, you'll see reports from the weeks ending July 2nd and July 6th. We just need a motion to accept those for recording.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
L5 regarding the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, recording of McLennan County Courthouse Historic Structure Report Restoration Master Plan. As the court will remember, this is the product of the grant we received to have an updated master plan for the courthouse. This is really an invaluable document in that it goes through many areas, gives items for upkeep, and is a good collection of the current state of the courthouse and steps to take to restore it. So this is just need a motion to accept it for recording, to have it as part of our minutes.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Only thing I'd like to say is that the county takes the importance of the historical structure of this building very seriously. We try to never be penny wise and pound foolish. So I want to compliment Ken and Dustin and all those that are working with this. So we have a motion and a second to approve for recording purposes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
All right, under item N, additional items, N1, the COVID-19 update, nothing for this week. N2 is discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. And just again, we recommend this be deferred and keep it on the agenda in case we need to take action one week.
Okay, is there a motion to defer?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
N3 is the discussion on pending legislation. And Judge, I don't believe we have any updates for this week.
Okay.
All right. N5, discussion and or action on various county policies and procedures. Francis, do we still just want to hold this?
Yes, please.
Okay. N6 is discussion and or action regarding hosting of Area Economic Development Council meeting. We were approached by the chamber to host the AEDC meeting on July 30th, 2021. It would be held at the base. Wes will give a presentation, so we need motion to be able to approve that. And then there is also a lunch that is provided, so we need a motion to approve that expense as well. And Chrissy is helping with this and trying to work out the menu with Clayton at the fair.
Okay, is there a motion to approve N6?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N7's discussion and or action regarding the McLennan County Facility Master Plan and or office relocations. Judge, we had this on the agenda should we have been ready with our long-range plan, but we would like to hold this until next Tuesday when we hope to be able to present that to the court.
Okay, thank you.
So Judge, we could actually defer this if that's
All
okay.
right, I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N8 is approval of order extending state of disaster and public health emergency declaration due to COVID-19 through August 31st, 2021. This would align with what the city of Waco is doing. Elizabeth has reached out to other emergency management counterparts and others, and it is recommended to keep this in place, especially with federal funding and other things. So we are recommending that we keep ours in place to align with the city of Waco through August 31st, 2021.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N9, approval of order accepting donations for specialty court programs. Francis?
Yes, this is just for the month of June. These were the donations that were made to the Veterans Court and to the other specialty courts. So we just need the court to accept those items.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N10 is authorization of appointment to the McLennan County Historical Commission. There was a resignation by a member of the board. The commission would like to appoint Mr. Charles Perkins for him to be, they would like to recommend Mr. Charles Perkins be appointed to replace Mr. Tommy DeShong. And under the local government code, it does allow the commissioner's court to fill a vacancy for the remainder of that unexpired term.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the appointment?
Move, yes, move to appoint Charles Perkins.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N11 is authorization of Texas Association of Counties total loan offer on automobile, total loss offer on an automobile. Francis, do you have details on this?
Nothing more than just, that's in the letter. We need the court, if you choose to accept the total loss offer for a 2015 Tahoe after the deductible The offer is $16,831.67.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how to debate it. I had an offer on a 2015 Tahoe, but it's different. I'm sure it's rigged out a little better for $37,000. 37 for trade-in.
Where do they come up with the value?
I don't know. I know that these type Tahoes aren't near like what,
Were we able to salvage the equipment out of this one?
Yes, usually I believe that they have to, I think there's a law that they have to pull the equipment that is law enforcement related off of those vehicles so that equipment doesn't leave our possession.
And are we able to reuse it?
That I don't know. I don't know if it was damaged or.
David Ives is available if, David?
Yes, so we do typically reuse that equipment as long as it is still viable for the body style that we're putting that equipment into. So 2021 was a body style change for the Tahoe, and that kind of put us in an awkward situation where we can't utilize some of that equipment from the previous body style. Some can still be, but they made enough changes to where not everything can be. But we try to utilize everything we possibly can, put the rest of the equipment in inventory at MOE, and whenever we have equipment fail in other vehicles, instead of buying that from general funds, we utilize that used or salvaged equipment to replace it.
okay. Now, I imagine it's fairly high mileage Tahoe as well.
Yes, sir. We had one recently that sold at auction, one of our first auction Tahoes, and it was pretty bad condition, and the state regulation on what we have to do to those in order to sell them, if there's any ghosting of the graphics that was taken off of it, of course, we have to either grind it or paint it with rattle cans. And this vehicle, which was very old, that sold at auction recently, sold for $9,500, I believe. So I don't consider this to be unreasonable.
Okay. All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the total loss offer.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
N13, authorization of amendment to the McLennan County Employee Policy Guide, Section 7.04, Incentive Pay Plan Policy. Anna?
I'm requesting a revision and amendment to the.
Anna, can
incentive
you
pay-
get closer to your microphone, please?
Sure. I'm requesting a revision or an amendment to the incentive pay policy 7.04. This really just is an adoption of the court-approved option for revision that was passed on July 6th. This revision is an attempt to eliminate the disparity in payout between large offices and small offices. So the option selected by the court was to eliminate ineligible positions from payout budgets per department. In addition to that, there was a training requirement added as well to the policy in order to be eligible for participation in incentive pay. So I've just incorporated those changes into the policy, and attached to my memo is the actual order to change the policy.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the court?
I just have one
Any
question.
questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Questions, yeah.
Okay,
Go
on
ahead.
N13, because she's, I understand the part that she just explained. I just had a question on the educational training and the disqualifications from incentive pay. I had a question about that. At this time, are all employees taking all trainings? Or are they given trainings that are more appropriate for them? Like, are all employees just blanketly being sent all trainings? And my question is, on the last training that we did, it was a considerable amount of time. And just looking at the road and bridge, because that training was anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours if you read through all the, sat through all the films and hit all of the additional readings at the bottom. And so if you have 17 guys and taking your department down so they all can complete 1 to 2 hours of training, if that's, now that one was race and sex discrimination and then harassment. So I understand that being pertinent, but my question comes, are all employees just blankly taking all trainings, or are the trainings being specified for employees that really need that training? Because when we take road and bridge down, I lose anywhere from 1 to 3 days.
Yes, ma'am. So HR's training, we do tailor depending on the occupation. So there's training for more hazardous positions, like jailers. We assign additional training, and I'm just using jailers as examples, but there's other titles as well. They have additional training related to bloodborne pathogen exposure. Maintenance of buildings also has additional training that's specific to chemical hazards and chemical labeling. So yes, we do tailor depending on the position, and if a position outlined by our policy does not fall into one of those categories, we don't assign that training, because we do realize that time is valuable, so we don't want to take that away necessarily.
And cyber training was pretty much across the board, all
That's state
employees.
required.
And wasn't that a federal mandate?
That's
State,
yeah, by state mandate, yeah. I would like, under the second bullet, where it discusses educational training deadlines placed by human resources or information technology, I'd like to add, and approved by the Commissioners Court, that are not met by employees through the review period will result in disqualification. I'd still like to have a little bit of say sometimes in whether or not we penalize somebody or based on deadlines. That's my thought on that. And then, of course, we talk about maybe disqualifying an entire office or department from participation. We're gonna approve somebody turning theirs in late, but then disqualify them for not participating in training. So I don't know about the balance there.
Do we want to put, and look at, when we say management training, do we want to define that training?
Yeah, do we have management training right now?
We've had performance management training in the past. We had it a few years in a row. We just didn't have the ability to do that this year, but it is our plan to continue that training the following year as well. So, and that was a request from the court just to ensure that our supervisors, officials, and department heads have training on how to appropriately score their employees.
And I see the need for it. I guess my question comes, and I'm asking the court to kind of help me clarify it in my head, is that, and I take out training that we know is federally mandated. So when we get into a discretionary column, and this is training that we just feel will enhance a department or an employee, because what we're saying is, the length of time that some departments are going down, that's across the county, but if they don't do that, then it kind of throws them out of the incentive program. So do we want to qualify when we say training that would lead to disqualification? Is it every training?
Right.
Or is,
My opinion is that there's got to be a reason for training, and if it's not a good reason, we need to really think about it. But if there is a reason to do it, if you've got to put some kind of, there's got to be a deadline. We don't run in
Right.
1 year to the next. The reason why we had a lot of this training, well, take away, like you say, anything that's federally or state required, but some of these other things are really to try to mitigate risk that we have by keeping us from getting sued by, because we haven't trained our employees about certain things that can get us sued. So those things that are discretionary by the court, I'd say we would approve them at the beginning of every year or right before and say, this is what we want and here's the requirements. And then the other decision, do we want to penalize them on the incentive? So what is the teeth behind making sure that it happens if we think needs to be done? That's a court decision.
I think the penalty tied to the incentive plan, I think that's a good incentive, a good incentive to have them do it. I just want the court to be clear to department heads and elected officials when we say training, what their training is, and be mindful of how long we're asking departments to go down. I know I had an elected official tell me, he said he wasn't taking any more trainings. He was tired of taking all those trainings. And then, I told him the importance of it. But I understood what he's saying. You're asking me to, instead of going out and serving papers, you're asking me to keep my guys in here looking at a computer. So we want to balance the value of that employee time. I guess I'm trying to get back around to.
Yeah, I think we have to measure that risk. I don't know if this to be a fact or not, but I think some of our lawsuits that have happened over the last, since I've been here, originated more with elected officials than it did with department heads. So I don't know how much you can force an elected official to, take training or not, but I think it is beneficial. But I understand what you're saying about the time, how much time it takes and when you got a job to do. So, taking these kind of training, the season of the year is probably needs to be considered that in this point in time when you have more downtime, this is the time Road and Bridge take this training where it might be different somewhere else.
That's true.
But the court just needs to guide HR on where we want to go with that. So I guess the question is, do we want to pull that or keep it in there because that decision's at hand right now. So HR needs to know whether to pull those folks to make them not eligible.
Well, this is going forward, this isn't counting, it's not.
And if I may, I can incorporate Commissioner Smith's suggestion or recommendation or request to just include that discretionary language so that the Commissioners Court still has the ability to decide. I added that language in the performance management bullet. It's the Commissioners Court may disqualify. I can just add that same language to the general training bullet so that ultimately HR or IT will still have to present a list of courses and the list of offices that didn't complete it. And at that point, the next year when determining incentive pay, the Commissioners Court still has the final say there.
Okay. All right.
And then, Anna, one other question, please, and I don't want to dwell on it, but the last part where you have the performance scores and the 3%, 2.5%, 2%, 1%, so forth, does that satisfy the concern that we had initially about the average payout to the smaller departments was greater than the average payout at that particular score to the large departments, where we added that caveat that it couldn't be more than what the average payout was to the larger department at that score? Does that make sense?
It does, and yes, the principal change that we're doing and eliminating the ineligible positions from a budget would address that concern.
That addresses that
there
concern.
being a difference.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Can we move to approve it with the recommended changes? Is that
Yes,
okay?
Sure.
Okay, that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Under item O, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, O1, authorization of professional service invoice, CP&Y. This is the ADA study report for the month of June. It totals $4,692.75, and I have reviewed this, and it is okay to pay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Nothing under item P this week. Under item Q, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Q1, authorization of master agreement. Oh, sorry, we've already done Lumen Serve. Moving down to Q2 regarding the agreement for services with Terracon, NEPA, SHPO reviews for new tower sites. Q2A is regarding cancellation of task for Precinct 3 West Tower. Ken?
Yes, when we first started the tower projects, we issued a PO for both precincts 3 and 4 to Terracon for the NEPA study on both those sites. And if you'll recall, the subject of DPS taking care of the tower at precinct 3 came up. And so I checked with Frank on our order for the NEPA study with Terracon at that time, and he said DPS will take care of that. Well, they had already taken care of some of that study before I could call and cancel. But literally what they're doing, I canceled it kind of in the middle, and they're giving us a credit. That might not be the right term to use, but $3,775 was canceled. In the meantime, at Precinct 4, where we originally had the tower located on the ground, got moved, and Terracon had already initiated work on that location, and literally they had to start over again when we moved the tower site over. And so that initiated a additional charge of $2,000. So all said and done, the net on the PO, we get back a little bit of money in the overall. We will have about $775 left out of the original $13,000 that we had issued the PO for. But I wanted to make the court aware that we were having both taking money out of that for one deal, but having to add money back on another deal. And I hope that was clear enough for everyone. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve Q2A and B.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Q3 is authorization of certificate of milestone acceptance for completion of frequency licensing and retuning. Back on June 16th, in 2020, we approved this change order, and the work is completed on it. So it is just the accepting that milestone acceptance.
All right, any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve the certificate of milestone?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
I believe that's all the action items, with the exception of H3. I do have a quick update on it. This was the interlocal with the city for the hotel occupancy tax collection. I found the original proposal, and it was going to be a fee of the standard fee is $11 per month for the county. And then for any additional city within the county that added on and they processed our return and the cities, it dropped to the $9. So I guess it's just an economies of scale deal, where if they're processing our return alongside of cities, it could reduce the cost down to $9 for each entity rather than the 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we go and act on that then, or do we need?
Yes.
Motion to approve H3.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Where y'all going? Okay, Francis, anything
Start on the
else?
budget now?
Yep. Gotta be home by supper.
Yeah, at least by dark.
Okay, we will recess, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 1:30, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, not in the morning, huh?
No, 1:30.
All right.
I got another shower sitting right over my house.
All right, 4:46, we.
Tonight.